through. Maybe it is. We are live. Andrew's going to do the introduction. What are we doing today, Andrew?
Introductions. Hey, how are we doing? Good evening, good afternoon. We're not that late yet. What we're doing, well, I think the idea, as crazy as ideas are, is we're going to be doing a quiz show this evening. But because it's difficult whilst everyone's remote to answer questions and to, let's say, have a leaderboard and see how everyone's doing, we thought it would be great if we can build a little platform. So we will still, when we do the quiz, we'll still have a screen behind us, like we do now with code on the screen, that we'll have the questions on. But in addition, we want to try and build a website you can go to so you can give your answers and we'll track a bit of a leaderboard as well. That's the idea, is we're going to try and spend the next few hours. There will be a break in the middle, probably for 30, 45 minutes. We'll probably go offline for just to have a bit of a break. We'll probably do about an hour and a half now, I guess, Eddie.
Let's do as much as we can. We've got lots of code to get through. Less talking from me, I think.
Yeah, and we're going to be trying to go heads down, get coding done. I'm sure we'll both be working on different tasks. Are we going to use a single IDE? So am I going to connect to you?
I think so.
On your IDE, but we can both be coding at the same time, and you can follow me or follow you, depending on if anyone wants to see anything interesting that we're doing.
Sounds like a good plan.
Cool. In which case, you need to get things started for us.
Let's create a repo first, right? First place to start. Create a repo. We can start logging some ideas, etc. So new.
So let's call it just quiz platform. That'll do.
Quiz
platform.
Platform hyphenated.
Yeah, well, hyphens are good on GitHub.
Okay. Platform to run online virtual.
I don't remember writing anything too long.
Quizzes.
Can you share your screen to me so I can see what's happening live?
Oh, my bad.
Waiting for 30-second delay for me to see what you're doing. It's difficult for us to talk.
I forgot I wasn't showing my screen. Okay. It's going to be public. It's going to be open source. For sure, open source. We'll initialize it with a README. Nah, let's not do that. Create. You happy with that, Andrew? Are you happy with that?
We don't need to initialize it because Angular will create the project for us, so we don't need to initialize it. Yeah, that's cool. Let's go.
Let's do it. Created the project. Right, so we need to create a new Angular project. I'm in the Code Mortals directory on my computer. Now,
make sure you've got the latest version of Angular first, because the other day you did it and it was Angular 8. Okay. So do an npm IG for.
I think it should be pretty new because I did an install of my computer. So
yeah, you're behind. So if you can just update yourself.
npm.
So just do npm IG at Angular/CLI. Perfect.
Andrew always wants to be bleeding edge, the latest. Let's see how we're going.
Well, they released 9.1 a couple of days ago, and it's got significant, they say, performance improvements for development.
Okay, let's just double check again. We are on 9.10. Dun dun dun. Okay, so now we run ng new. We give it the same name, quiz-platform. And let's create it. Let's do it. Dun dun dun. Routing.
Yes. Up in VS Code.
SCSS. Let's do that. Everyone watching, how is the video and audio looking? Oh, I'm guessing the font is very small. I didn't resize my screen.
Yeah, you probably want to make that a bit bigger.
And that should be coming out as HD. OBS is restreaming it, but I can make it a bit bigger. If anyone's on the phone.
Yeah. Well, if you do Control+ a few times in the terminal, that'll help.
That's what I've just done. So I'll just do that. And then I can bring these up above our heads a bit.
Yeah, you want to do Control+ a few more times on the terminal. It's still quite small.
Oh, really? Okay. Do that. And then I can bring Byte down to the middle. What do you think, everyone? Say hey in the chat. And where if we bring our mascot down? Let me just...
Oh, your GPG failed to sign.
Shall we just
you know what GPG sorted?
Put it over Andrew's head. I've got GPG installed. There you go, over Andrew's head. Right. Okay, we'll just put it there.
Something's gone wrong.
Oh yeah, it couldn't do a commit. So if I do a status, I'm guessing it didn't commit it. Yeah, it didn't do anything. Did it create all the files? Oh, quiz. I think it created all the files, but it wouldn't have done a git. Yeah, it wouldn't have committed the files. I have to do this first. It's something I need to fix with my environment variables. So just to prove that it does work, I'm going to delete that directory. I must do an export to make the GPG work. And then we'll run that command again. Export. I just need to do that. And then if I run ng, it will work now. Pretty sure. Like 90-10. No, more like 60-40. Okay, who am I kidding? I'm crossing my fingers and like hoping. Let's see. And then when that's done, we can open VS Code. Let's have a look. Running this at 60 frames a second. Hopefully it's nice and smooth for people watching. Get to see that code. When we code really fast, we can code, you know, make so many more changes, right, Andrew? I can no longer hear you, Andrew.
Cool. Yeah. No, I've just had a quick look on YouTube. I can see I've made it full screen on my desktop, and I can see your screen looking quite clear to me.
Okay, awesome.
Depends on obviously what everyone's using to view things, but if you're on a desktop,
there we go.
I'll say sort of a 20-inch plus screen, then it should be fine.
Perfect. So that was successful that time. We should have a commit. Oh no, I've got to go into the repository first. And then if I do it,
Cool.
we have a commit. There you go. So I'm going to push this straight up. Oh no, it won't know where it is. So if I do remote, it will have, not B, V, it will have nothing. So I just need to grab that.
Add.
Yeah. Git remote add origin. Add that, and then I can push that up. I can just push all of it, right?
Yeah, push origin master.
You're disappearing, so we're back in the stream now. Let me add you back, because you've disappeared. Where has Andrew gone? Here we go. That's not the one. Okay, we have Andrew back. And byte is in the wrong place again. We can move byte back. But I think we're good. Andrew, I've pushed up the code. So if I refresh this page on the left, hopefully it should all be there. Project's pushed up. And it is just an Angular CLI created project.
Cool. We will have to move that though, because we need to have a back end as well as a front end for this.
Oh yes,
So
that is true.
how do you want to do this? Do you want us to live share? I mean, you can do a live share to me, but you could always code and work on your part, and I can work on my part locally. But if I need to collab with you, I can jump on the live shared version. I was trying to think about being efficient. We've not got much time. We've got a lot to do.
That is true. But can we not work in the same ID, just work in a different place?
No, we can, because obviously you don't have to follow me. We can
exactly.
jump around and all the rest. So that's fine.
Only thing is, if one of us breaks something, the other one won't see it. No, it won't be working. Let's have a think. While you're doing that,
so can we start?
Do you want to move things around to get the right?
Send me over a live share.
Oh yes, that would help.
Send me over a share to it, and and then if you give me your terminal as well, I can move the files around and stuff and get it set up.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get started. Invite by email. Well, just want to get a link, but hey ho.
And then you can start come up with a few ideas of what we need to build. So we haven't actually thought through exactly what we're building yet.
Yeah, we create some issues
very
as well.
raw. We only had the idea of doing this literally at 11 o'clock this morning.
So it's a well thought through plan, right?
I'm sure that's how the best things come together, right? Last minute.
Exactly. I don't know why it's giving me that. Can you decode the thing again? It's giving me it all encoded, which is weird.
Oh, the URL?
Yeah, for the live share.
I was doing that. I can decode it. Take me a moment to do it.
So this is just for people watching. This is an Angular app. Let us know. Say hey in the chat if you're here. So what we are going to do is build a quiz platform.
We're going to put it onto Firebase.
We're going to do Firebase. So we're going to do that. But I don't know how much functions we're going to need. We're going to have to see. We probably are going to need some. So it should be interesting. How much can we do? Like, it's a mini hack. We should have called this stream like mini hack. We're going to race ahead, try and do as much as we can.
This is more than a mini hack, I think. This is
micro hack.
Great.
Micro hack.
Crazy.
So we're not going to use material apparently. Andrew wants to do this custom. He wants to do his own branding project. So he's set up some interesting challenges.
Now, you're going to be working on the back end. I'm going to do the front end, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, let's create a couple of folders. We need a functions folder and stuff, right?
I think the Firebase CLI creates it for us.
Yeah, so I'll use the CLI to do that. That's fine. Have I got access to the Firebase CLI on your machine?
No, because I haven't got Firebase CLI installed, have I? Andrew requests permission. Yeah, make terminal writable for everyone. I think that's all fine. Is it installed is the question. Oh, let me make this bigger for everybody as well. Hopefully people watching can read that.
That's interesting.
Oh, it is installed. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, it's Firebase tools, isn't it? I just wonder if we should just make sure it's up to date. Oh, you've only reinstalled recently. You should have it.
Yeah,
it should be fine.
Should be fine.
Okay, so if we've got an LS, I'm in the right directory, am I? Why is everything on your screen? I can't see the full width of your terminal output. It's all coming up. Yeah, it's okay on the share. On the share, I can see everything.
Okay.
On my screen, it's cutting off like this.
Oh, that's a shame. Is it because I resized it? Maybe
So,
if I do that, does that better?
No, let me close the terminal and reopen it on my side.
You gotta love those technical challenges. It's all part of the fun, right?
The awesome part is that gives me my terminal. Get yours. Nope, still rubbish. Okay.
I'll make it bigger so everyone can see.
Okay, well, I'll assume I know what I'm doing, and let's see what happens. So let's make a directory. So make directory, actually for hosting, again, for hosting, it will do everything for us as well, won't it?
Yeah, I think don't create any directories. I think, the Firebase terminal, CLI, will do it all for us.
Yeah, so I'm going to go and check what the command is for the CLI for Firebase to create the hosting side quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, if you want to show people that, you can do it as well.
Firebase CLI, yep. Let's have a look.
One of those, you don't do it very often, so I need to refer to the CLI.
It's true. See, I think we had a question earlier about trying to remember everything. You don't need to remember everything. Install the Firebase CLI. Done. Initialize your project. So Firebase init. Let's do it. Firebase init. Error.
Okay, yeah,
Requires authentication.
I was just checking.
I might do that on a different terminal so no one can see the password.
Firebase. No, you just do Firebase login and it should open up a browser for you.
Okay. Oh, you've done it already.
Yeah, so hopefully you've got a browser opened. There's a URL that's come up.
Got it.
Yeah, so if you take that to another screen, then you can do that.
Logging in with Code Mortals. Allow.
Perfect.
Done. We're cooking on gas. Select to set up hosting. Did you select everything already?
No, I can't select stuff. You got.
Oh, because you did login, didn't you? Yeah. Okay, so I'll just do initialize. Here we go.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Okay, so we want.
Database.
You can tag a couple, right? So we want functions and hosting.
Firestore. Functions, hosting.
I don't think.
There you go. We don't need the real-time database. That's the old one. We want Firestore.
Not worry about storage for now. Yeah.
No, not
we
doing
can
storage.
add it later if we need anything else anyway. So I don't think we need storage.
No, forget storage. I said Firestore.
Not for now, anyway. I think.
Happy with that?
Yeah, but if we want to upload images for, say, a picture round, we might want that. But for the moment, we'll just reference images off the internet.
Oh, I can select it if you want.
But that's cool. Okay. Let's leave it off. Part of me tempted to put it in just so it's there, because I think we will want it in a later version. But for the version we use this evening, we probably won't.
Okay. What about emulator?
Nah, we don't need the emulators, do we?
Okay, let's forget it. Let's go. Okay, please use an existing project, create a new project, unique project ID. We'll just call it the same, right? Quiz
Yeah,
platform.
quiz platform will do, yeah.
What would you like to call your project? Defaults. Just creating it. Error. That's a really good start.
I always do it through the browser. Let me go and create it on the browser, and then
Okay.
it should come up in the list when you do it in a second. So.
Got you. Okay. You do that, and then it will create the right directories. I guess I can delete some of these, right? We're not going to have any testing at the moment. This is just a kind of a hackathon. So delete, E to E, move trash. We need node modules. What else can we delete? Test. We probably can delete this as well. Don't need that. Let's delete test. This is a hackathon style. Delete.
Oh, because quiz platform as a name is taken by somebody else somewhere on the internet.
Oh,
Really
is that
different
why it
name.
failed? Okay, just call it CM-quiz platform. Maybe we should prepend everything.
Yeah, I was going to say,
CM.
we normally have code mortals at the start for everything, don't we? So
Yeah.
I'll do code mortals quiz platform. Just check that that's happy. Yeah, continue. No, we don't need analytics for this, I don't think.
Remove the test command. Don't need that.
I'll turn it on. Might be useful. Continue.
Where's this file?
So it's an account, code mortals account. It's fine, create project. Okay, so did Firebase already start adding things to that?
No.
Or did it fail dramatically?
It failed dramatically. I'm just deleting all the test files.
Okay, well, the project's ready, so if you want to run, well, I can run the command again. It just depends on what output I get to see. Firebase init. Yeah, so we want Firestore. How do we toggle it off and on?
Space.
Space to toggle it. Yeah. Have those four done. Using existing projects, it now exists. It should offer
First
us
one,
somewhere.
right?
Yeah, it's all right. It's just it looks different on my screen, so I'm having to look at the screen share you're giving me to see what I've got selected. It's quite hilarious.
Oh, failed.
Our resource location is not something project the operation you're attempting. Oh, okay. So I basically what it's saying is because we are asking for Firestore, we have to go onto the Firebase console and we have to turn on Firestore by saying create database. So there's a button. You can't. I'm not screen sharing, but for anyone that's listening, if they do want to know what I'm having to do, is on Firebase. There's console.firebase.google. Once you've got a Firebase project on there, there's a menu on the left. One of them is called database. You have to go into that and click a create database, and it will ask you where in the world do you want to create this database. So we're going to do this in production mode, and I want to select, because we're in London, I'm going to choose the London one, which is Europe West 2 on there. Okay, so that will provision, and then hopefully third time lucky on the Firebase in it, we'll be all right.
I'm going to just raise an issue saying remove test files. Let's create Angular project. Select myself, submit new.
Created.
Oh, created. Okay. I should create a project board. We should do it from there. So let's just do create project board. And we're going to call this MVP. And we'll do a Kanban.
Absolutely.
And then I can delete these.
Start thinking of things. Start
logging ideas.
So we need a few different input fields. So I'm going to be starting with. Yeah, so we're going to start with some way of having some inputs, right, that people can use. Well, we need a general thing that's going to manage the questions. So a new question comes in as we move through the questions. How are people going to track us? So we want something that talks to Firebase. So we get the real-time side of Firebase, moving everyone that's on the stream forward at the same time. There's going to be an interesting one, though, isn't it? Because we're going to be talking on the stream and pressing buttons,
Right.
and there's going to be a delay of what, 5 seconds to people that are watching.
There'll be a few
So if we
seconds
say
delay.
we're on the next
Yeah.
question or we press it, people won't have heard us say that until. Yeah, so we're going to have to be a little bit cautious about saying stuff and pressing next question.
I think we can do super low, ultra low
that's fine.
latency,
We
but
can
the
work around
quality's
that,
worse.
To be fair, quality this evening isn't necessarily high on the list, I guess.
I think ultra low
It's
is
that
sub
kind of
1
interaction,
second.
having fun.
Not like with Slack now, we've got like a 20-second freaking delay between our conversation.
Yeah, because you want a nice, decent quality coming through for people to see what's happening. Which is
do.
why having you screen share to me, as we're using Slack for communicating. So for anyone that's watching, we're on Slack. We're doing a video call on Slack, and you can get my face through Slack, and then he can screen share back to me so that I can see more in real time what's actually happening as we're pairing together. But then obviously on the stream, it goes through with a big delay behind it. Okay, so Firestore.
Oh, I closed add Firebase. That's wrong.
Right,
We haven't done it
one.
yet. It's in progress.
Yeah.
Let's reopen
Existing project.
and assign to Andrew. Okay.
And then Chris Platform, the top one. That's better. Right, Firestore rules. Yes, the defaults are fine for that. We don't need anything clever.
Bring that up so people can see.
Default for that as well. That's fine. And then with TypeScript. TS lint. Yes, we want TS lint. That would be good. Install dependencies. Yeah, let's get those dependencies in.
Oh, can I commit this? You happy with this? I'm going to remove test files. We create one. Remove test files.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't go commit anything at the moment because it's busy adding stuff to your
True.
project. And
Remove
let's
test
wait until we
files.
move a few things around. Right. Do you want public directory?
Do you
What
want
do you
to
want to
use
use your public directory? Oh, okay.
public? So we want to give it a different name, right? What are we going to call it?
Use hosting. We use hosting normally. I
Or
think,
web,
don't we?
I thought.
Hang on. I can double check what we normally do.
I think we use
I
web.
thought we called it hosting.
I'm pretty sure we call it web. Let's see. Put some money on it. If I go to the website, it is called hosting. Shit. Andrew wins. 5
Only because
points
that
to-
aligns with the names. Only because it aligns with the names on Firebase. That's all. For the hosting. I've got a funny feeling though that that's actually something slightly different, but that's okay. Configure as a single page app. Yes, we want it as a single page app so that it rewrites things correctly. We're using Angular. What file should we use? Storage rules. Yeah, that's fine. We may not do much with storage at the moment. And hopefully that's created all the files you need and the folders.
It has, and I should have committed my stuff before because now I've got a mixture of stuff, but that's fine. We can make it work.
Well, let's make that a hosting folder. So if I do an mkdir hosting.
No, don't do that. It's already created.
Oh,
It
is it? I
creates it all
can't see
for
it.
you. Yeah.
Why can't I see that folder? Interesting.
In your
Okay.
ID.
Well, I want to move. We want to move various things into there, so I'm going to do that from here.
Okay, before you
I can
move
see on the
stuff-
command line it's there.
Before you move stuff, check on my screen share. I'm just going to do this commit of stuff that I had started doing. Hopefully that hasn't changed. That's fine. So I'm just going to add that. Add that.
Wait, if you're going to do that, you need to do a git reset first, otherwise you're going to get a weird thing.
What do you
Let me
mean?
run git reset for you. Because Firebase has automatically marked them as to commit.
No, it hasn't.
I
It
hit
hasn't.
git.
It's fine.
Well, I've done a git reset anyway.
Yeah, you've just
Make
messed
sure.
up what I was doing. I've got the stage ones up here. Okay, I'll start again. This is how not to pair.
This is the
just
problem.
saying.
This is how going through things. Why am I seeing the hint on my side then that it thinks things are going to be committed? That's a bit
Oh,
weird.
okay, that's interesting. Well, I can do a get status and find out. So functions. I'm not touching. Tests I deleted. that I deleted. So that's what I'm going to commit. Deleted, and updated package JSON to remove the test command. That's it, I think. So if I on the command line do a git
But
status.
we don't want these things to go in, right?
No, I'm only going to go put staging in.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. I don't use this view for seeing things.
Yeah, so the bit below I'm ignoring.
This makes sense to me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just these ones that are going in, and these ones I'm not going to touch. So if I just do, I got a ticket number for it, I think, number 3. So I can then just put number 3 in. Commit that, and we can just check it. We can always undo it if it goes wrong.
Yeah.
It should be asking me for my password. Why is it not asking me for my password? Cancel. I'll just do it manually on the command line. Just thinking about it. Don't think about it anymore. Okay, fine. Just commit it on the command line. All right. If I just do that, it's the same. So I just do git commit -m. Just grab that. Hopefully I haven't confused git. I have. Okay, I've broken it. Unless it's coming up in the terminal. Oh yeah, it's come up on this terminal. Right, okay. So if... Oh, don't look at my password. I've ballsed it up completely now. No. Okay, VS Code is closing it. Closing VS Code. And if I do status, is it still there? Oh, it's probably messed up my terminal. It's fine. We can fix it. Don't worry. All is good in the hood. This is like...
Close everything, reopen it.
Typical developer day, right? Something doesn't work. Okay.
Well, it's typical. We're trying to get a lot done in a short amount of time, so it's going to take twice as long because we're rushing.
And why is it not asking for my password? Oh yes, because I don't have that stupid export.
You need GPGs.
Come on. That all looks good. Start a new terminal. Close that. Make this bigger. Downloads, repos, code mortals, quiz platform. 10th time lucky, right? Oh no, I need to do the export. Come on, this worked earlier. I managed to commit the project. Dev life. All I'm going to say is just dev life. I've closed VS Code. I'm kind of out of ideas. Why can't I commit? I mean, close terminal completely.
Try doing a git log and just see what git log thinks you've got.
I haven't got it.
Correct, but
I haven't got it. I just got the initial commit.
Which my concern is that Git has somehow got itself all confused. Something in that hidden Git folder, right? It's got all confused.
Seems okay. No, I think it's all right. I think it's GPG that's got the problem. I can just turn it off, right? I just want to sign my commits. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. We know who we are, I guess. Signing commits is perhaps more useful to big public projects where people are concerned about people faking stuff. So you'll turn it back on later.
Exactly. Okay, so now I've removed that. Just check it shouldn't be in the local one. If I do a commit now, yeah, it worked. It's just a GPG for some reason. So that's now committed. So if I do a git like log or git what changed, changed with a D, yeah, you can see those are all the test files that I removed. Okay, perfect. So let me just push that up so we can see that on GitHub. We're doing everything in master at the moment, as it's a hackathon. and then I can open code, and if I go back to this, we can see commits to, and that's my commit got in. So all is good. This one was signed, as you can see. This one is not signed, but that's fine. We're all good. We're all friends here.
Right. Now I need another live share link.
Yeah. Right. Why can't I just get a link? Maybe I could do it from down
I want to
here.
know why you can't just have me permanently added so I can always just jump on your computer whenever you want.
Well, it does say
Much more fun.
copy. It does say
That's
you
right.
are here. I don't know why you just can't. I don't know. Invite participants. I don't know. Let me turn to you on Slack. Hopefully this one might be different.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. This isn't encoded. If I do it via that way, it's not encoded. That's interesting.
Okay. Good to remember. Okay, VS Code's booting up. Here we go.
So you should have access.
So,
and then the first thing we should do is commit these Firebase things.
yeah, we need to get that in, but I need to move.
No,
I can see the source folder now, so I need to move that source folder.
Before you move anything, I would say commit it. Therefore, we've got a place to roll back to.
No, I don't think we need to. It's easy. You worry too much.
Got to use Git to your advantage.
You've also got to try and keep things lean and sensible.
One commit message, like seriously, I'll do it for you now. If it's too hard for you, Andrew, look, Git commit. I'll do Andrew's commit, and I'll say we're going to commit feature Firebase added. Firebase added. I'm guessing the number is 2. Let me quickly check. The number is 2. Okay, get commit, untracked. Oh, git add. That might help. Done. Okay, so now this is gone. Andrew, you're welcome to do anything you want.
You're going to give me permissions to do stuff now.
I gave you full permission. You should have full permission.
Right. Move source into hosting. Okay. It's good. At least the terminal's fixed for me now, so that was what the plus side having to restart the live show.
Hopefully it stays fixed. So next, Andrew is moving a restructuring project for Firebase. Angular project for Firebase. Convert to issue. And we'll assign that to Andrew. There we go. Okay, Andrew, is the platform finished yet? Can we test it out?
I'm just checking that I can move multiple files correctly on here. It doesn't break stuff. Yeah, good. It was working. Cool. Right. Yeah. No, it's right. I've just got lots of files to move.
No, I was just saying, is the platform
testing.
finished? Can I test the platform, add some questions and stuff?
Oh, I do. You do make me laugh. You seem to think things just happen like magic.
Well, they do. I go to bed. You say you're going to do something for 5 minutes. I wake up the next morning and it's complete. I know you've been up like all night and you don't sleep, but yeah, you know, pretty good.
Okay, move all those into the hosting folder. How are we looking now? So it's not an Angular JSON, we need to move that.
You'd probably get rid of the node modules folder and we can just recreate it, right? We can move it, I suppose.
Yeah, we will do. I'm gonna remove the Karma one because we're not doing stuff with Karma.
Oh yeah. While you're doing that, I'm gonna be back in a minute. I'll leave you in Andrew's capable hands. Let me just remove my screen.
Yeah.
And mute myself.
Okay, so whilst Eddie's gone, we can do what is it? RMRF /
Hey, no funny business.
Cool. Okay. See you in a bit. So hopefully I've got everything I've got in the hosting folder. Let me just check the files we've got in here. So that's all okay. Good. Angular JSON refers to all the right things. So the best way to check this is working, I guess, is to cd into the hosting and do an npm start. With any luck. Oh, hello. This needs to be done from an Angular project. Project definition can't be found. Okay, we're inside here. That looks good. What did Eddie do a minute ago? He deleted a load of testing stuff, didn't he? This is the problem, you see, when multiple people are doing things. I've lost track now where he was at. Probably a need for an NPMI, that might be it. We didn't, I could have moved the hosting folder. Yeah, we had a node modules folder. I could have probably moved, I deleted it. I'll blame Eddie because he said we don't need that node modules folder. So the install, so I think bring it back. Come on. I don't know, he's always boasting about his 200 meg line, download stuff in seconds, but still doing an npm install takes ages. Package JSON storage rules, that all looks good. So no Xcode. Oh dear. Missing a few things. You need the Xcode tools installing, Eddie. Shouldn't cause too much of a problem, but why is an Angular project? No project definition can be found. This might be. You need to move package JSON files up. So I'll just do folder back. Okay. How do I get? Is there? I can do this. Can I? I'll reload it. Yeah, perfect. Package lock.
I see red. What have you broken?
Oh, it's okay. It's just needing to move things around. So hosting now, hopefully it's got no modules in it. npm start. You don't have your Xcode tools installed, so it has to fall back to. I can't remember what it falls back to.
I should do.
npm
No,
falls back to something else where they haven't got Xcode tools.
I installed Xcode tools.
Oh, you complained a minute ago saying there's no.
What were you trying to do? What command did you run?
I don't know. You don't follow me on the terminal. If I scroll on the terminal, it doesn't follow for you, so you can't see what I'm scrolling to. If you scroll up your terminal,
Yeah.
You'll see it complains about Xcode tools missing.
ng
Not
serve.
there, higher. Up here, you're almost there.
Almost. Oh no, Xcode
Yeah,
detected. So what? Is that a problem?
It's okay. It's not a big problem.
I'm pretty sure I had it, but
It shouldn't be. It'll just fall back to not trying to rebuild certain things. You should be okay.
okay. Well, I can
It
install.
looks like it's compiling everything correctly down the bottom anyway. The first build always takes a moment. Right, share the server with me so I can open it up locally. You can open it up on your side. We should see
Nice.
the empty Angular page.
So,
Okay, cool. Right.
local
So to make
host.
this work,
There we go. You've restructured it. Have you committed it yet? Number 4.
not yet. No, I think we're okay. So you can go and you can get. Do you want me to commit it to you, or are you going to do that?
I don't mind.
Probably easier if you do it on your side because you've got all the passwords to do pushing and stuff with, I guess.
Yeah.
You can do it on a different terminal as well, because otherwise we have to stop and start terminals, so you don't need to stop and start.
I've got a terminal over
do it in
here.
Another terminal window off to the side.
Yeah, it's fine.
So
So
if you do that, you can commit that lot up. Once you've done the git add, I can start making changes. Why does it look like it's taking a long time? Is it? It's not trying to add. Yeah, it is. It's trying to add node modules.
Oh
So
no.
Just cancel it. Control C.
I have, yeah.
Do a git reset.
I don't think it's done anything. It's fine.
That would be coming from git ignore. So we need to just look at */ Can do that. so that every folder that's got no modules in will get ignored. Hopefully, is that right? Else I'll do what I normally do, and I'll just move the git ignore into the same place.
Yeah, let's just do a check.
So we can have a git ignore for each folder.
No, that worked. That's fine. Oh, the node modules is there hosting. That has reappeared.
Yeah, but there is other stuff. Yeah, there's other stuff as well. So
okay, so we have a git ignore for each folder then.
That we manage each project effectively. Although we still do want a master git ignore. Do this. And some of the things that are in this one for things like IDEs and stuff. We want all that, so let's put that into this one.
YouTube is saying not receiving enough video information. Looks fine on my phone. Looks okay on my phone. Oh, it's back to normal now.
So we've got IDEs, system files. Yeah, that looks good. And then this stuff here is all for Angular. That looks okay. So now if you do a git status, hopefully that picks up the right stuff.
Let's have a look. Let me clear the terminal. Do a git status. I don't see any node modules in there. Let's commit it.
And it's not added any VS Code stuff.
So that's ignored by my global anyway.
Git add.
Let's do it. Perfect. Commit, feature. Okay. This was the restructuring, wasn't it? So we have a ticket for that, number 4. So if we say, this is project wide, I guess. Restructured project, number 4. Let's push it up, and I'll share a link in the chat. People want to have a play. Share a link to that in the chat.
Right.
There we go.
Let's add some roots.
Okay. Why are these files not saved? And you don't save files after them.
Yeah, you can't. I can't have multiple. I was saving files, but what's not saved?
It says failed to save.
Your stuff, everything I did save.
The contents of the file is newer. Please compare your version or be overwritten. Overwrite. I haven't changed anything. And
so it sounds like what you're seeing is different to what I'm seeing. I think yours must be behind. That's what it is. For some reason, yours is behind. Mine's all correct. It's all saved and looking good. Okay. I don't know what you've done. You've added a C9 here. I don't know where you've added that.
No, I didn't touch anything. A few seconds ago. I haven't touched anything. It says you as in me because I did a commit. Okay. All of it's me.
It does. Yeah. Well, it does now reckon there's changes, but there we go. That's saved again now.
No, it's saying it's
right. It was all saved before. So
it won't save. It's saying it's not saving it. Each time you save it, this pops up. We're not out of sync.
Well, can't you just close it? Can you just close it and not save it? Because it's all correct.
Okay. Don't save. And you started on the welcome component. And you started on the HTML.
Yep.
Why does it say there's 5,000 files to be committed? All the node modules have reappeared again.
What are you doing?
I don't think that git ignore was saved. Git ignore.
No, you've managed to break it all, but I've saved it again now. I've put it all back in again.
No, it doesn't appear.
Although that's... Oh, hang on.
Where do you see it?
It's at the right git ignore.
Maybe live share isn't the best thing.
Yes. That's okay. That's okay. This all work. It all looks correct on my side.
I don't see the node modules though. And now I see 5,000 node modules that want to be added to Git.
Go to your browser. Go to your file browser.
Yeah.
Stop looking at that silly thing. Hit reload.
Yeah.
Close everything you've got open up here.
Okay.
Just close them all.
Don't save. Don't save. Okay.
Just hit that reload again, just to make sure first.
Okay.
Now open up something.
How are there conflicts and stuff? Oh, okay.
Open up the git ignore.
That looks out of date.
Okay. That does look incorrect. Yes. Are you in the hang on, which folder? No, you're in the app folder. No, that's correct.
Oh, you
You're
put
in
it
the source,
into each
the
individual
hosting
one.
folder.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's correct. And then if you open up the other git ignore down here. That's all correct as well. So it's all fine. You're
Something's
okay.
wrong.
Panic over.
No, hosting. It's saying that hosting it doesn't. Why is it? Let me close source. Git ignore. / node module. I think the / is wrong. Because / is from the root of the project, right? Let me go to the command line.
All looks okay on the.
Git status -s. Lots of files or no files? What do you reckon? That looks correct. I think, yeah, you're right. VS Code's got itself into a bit of a pickle. And
It's not VS Code, it's crap.
Okay, we'll ignore that. That's fine. No, all is good.
Well, use the terminal. Terminal's best.
Definitely.
Okay.
We've got our
that's what I thought.
4, right?
Is it 4:30, wasn't it?
Oh, I just got a notification to say 4. Maybe it is 4:30.
No, I start 4:30. Right, you're okay.
Okay, good. So going, got code to do. Oh, don't want that.
Okay.
Right. Get rid of these. Okay, we need to think of some issues, right? Well, that's building and starting and all the rest.
Well, we need to have a welcome page, right? So we need to say hello, everybody.
Okay.
Quiz starting. We're not doing multiple quizzes right now. This is just a one-off. Here's a quiz. Yeah.
Well, we're going to have multiple quizzes, right? I think multiple quizzes make sense.
We will, but I think for the sake of what we're building now,
Okay.
we just need to have a single instance because it's a single quiz.
Okay.
And we need a way of being able to, for people to start the quiz effectively. So there's going to be probably a welcome page where people can put their details in and then say, I'm ready to start. And then it'll take them to a please wait for the quiz to start page.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we've got a welcome page with user details. We're going to have name.
So we'll welcome
Email.
page, put your name, email, and your approximate location effectively.
Or just say city or some city.
We're not going to do anything with Google. Yeah, we're not going to do anything that looks up available places. People can put in what they want to put in. If they want to give their exact address, I guess that's up to them.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just ask for those 3 things, I think. So.
And then we need a holding
join
page.
the quiz.
Holding page. Waiting for quiz to start. Yeah, is that correct?
Yep, something like that, which is going to be listening in for Firebase to tell it that the quiz has started, I guess.
Yeah. Listen to Firebase flag for quiz to have started. And then when it starts, what's it going to do? Navigate off to another page? Navigate to first question? Navigate to a list of people?
Yeah, it'll be going to the first question, yeah. Oh, we need to have a leaderboard at some point, but that can come in later.
Well, this could go to the leaderboard, right? See who's there. So we could kind of go to the leaderboard. Everyone will be 0. But this just maybe you want to do an intro before, kind of just I don't know.
Yeah, well, that would be probably that'll be your holding page, right? So you can put on there people as they're joining on a total count for how many people are waiting to start or something. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
The hard part would be people that join the quiz late. But if people join the quiz late, I guess they can just skip to the current question. But obviously their score is going to be effectively void for doing it on here, unless we offer a way they could catch up and run through all the questions that have been asked. But again, that's probably a future task to worry about.
Give it symbol from now.
For the moment, let's go happy path at the moment that people are there. Yeah.
I think if people join late, they just join from where they are. They just missed the points that they could have got previously. I think that's fine.
Yeah, and effectively, if people are joining for fun anyway on the stream, because it will be on the screen behind us, they can always just join and do a paper version for now, and then next time they'll know to make sure they're on time.
Exactly. Okay, what else do we need? So I can put leaderboard.
You come up with stuff. I'm trying to write. I'm writing code. So if you want to move your screen, people can watch what I'm doing while you come up with thoughts for ideas.
Got you. Okay.
I am writing stuff.
Leaderboard results at the end of the quiz. Can I jump to the end for the moment? Okay, put that to the bottom. What else have we got? Trying to think. So we need a place to capture questions, like an admin section. Do we need to even worry about that? We can just do that maybe in Firebase directly in the database. I think we should. What do you think?
Sorry, what was that? I missed that.
I was saying that the admin section where you kind of put in the questions and all the rest, maybe we just do it via the Firebase database directly.
Yeah, I think for the moment we'll just have to put them into there. What we might want to think about is some way of how do we progress forward on questions. That's an interesting problem.
Well, okay, maybe there's a data structure to think of what we need, how to store the data. Data structure for quiz, and that will show us what we probably need information-wise. Because what I'm thinking, if I convert that to an issue and open that in a new tab, I hit edit, can have something. If I think of a JSON object, or let's put TypeScript object, what we could have is something like, it's a single quiz. Well, it'll be a document, right? So it doesn't, I think you automatically do multiple quizzes anyway, but in the document for the quiz, so quiz, we're going to need title, it's going to be a string, and we're going to say this is a tech quiz 01 or something, and then 1, 2, 3. We need maybe a date that it was on. You know what, I'll just use types, string, date, we will have questions, and we need it in order, but it still can be an array. And inside each question, we're going to have the title, and you're going to have, I guess, a type, and this will be something like multiple choice versus while you're coding on that side, I can put what I'm doing on the other side of the screen, so people who want to follow along to what I'm doing, I can put it up over here. Here we go.
Yeah, I've done a bit of stuff for a title on the page, so we can say join the quiz. Starts at 9. These are the rounds that we're going to have, and then obviously there's the form underneath.
Nice. So we need the rounds. That's a good point. Rounds is going to be an array. So it's going to be an array. Or arrays just like that, right? And then for the types of answers, it's multiple choice, free form, it would just be a string. As we keep things super simple, I think I'm going to propose something out there. To do a leaderboard is actually really hard, because if someone writes a string and they write it with spaces in different places, we're not going to manually check each one. So the computer's going to say no. So I'm proposing to keep this dead simple. Everything is a multiple choice. A, B, C, or D. A bit like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So we know for sure if they've got it right or not, without even checking. What do you think? I think that's the right thing to do for now.
I suppose for now, maybe.
Multiple. I think everything has to be
exact.
multiple choice.
Exact matches are generally the correct thing to do in a quiz. People do have slight typos with their spelling issues and such.
Yeah, but even if someone if the answer's, I don't know, 2, number 2, someone might write the digit 2, some people might write the word 2, and I just think if it's multiple choice, then it just avoids that, and people can see the leaderboard. String of arrays for rounds. I'm doing this types.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't think you want it quite like this. I think you're going a little bit. That's not going to work very well. We need to have a bit more relationships going on.
Oh yeah, so questions have to be in a different collection, I suppose. Right? So you're thinking more models.
Each one is a question with the title of the question, the options, and then the correct answer, effectively.
Oh yeah, so don't need type, right? So it's just going to be options.
Oh, I think we still want type. Well, I suppose if options is missing, then we can change these in the future. It's not a big deal as such.
Yeah. So okay, title, options, answer. It's going to be a string, I guess. But when you want it relational, are you saying that we should put it in a different collection? That will make it less relational.
Well, you want it completely relational. Obviously, we're putting things into Firestore, but you probably want an overall quiz, but that'll be later. We don't need that right now.
Which we've got the title,
we mostly
right?
Just need rounds and questions mostly.
But as a single document,
these are all rounds, and you could have within a round all the questions. It's just you've got. Why would you have rounds as a string array?
Oh, just for that first page for this list. But you're right. It should be. You're right. The question should be within the round. No, you're right. So. No, that's.
So I think you have the quiz, which is an array of objects effectively for each of the rounds. Then there'll be a rounds table this is the round and these are the questions in that round. Then it's whether or not for each question you have the answer against that question, or there's a separate list of answers. Probably easier to keep them in the same array of objects, what the answers are.
I don't know.
Again, I think this should be its own collection.
So in the quiz, you're just going to have title and date. I don't think it needs to be relational, though.
Shall I write it in the IDE for you?
Yeah, but I don't think it needs to be relational. Because rounds, each round will have... title.
I'm not keen on having huge documents. That it's also going to make it more difficult later on to group things together correctly.
I mean, for the answers, you're right. We're trying to
finding that balance.
Yeah, when you want to do the answers, you probably just want a rounds collection. So therefore, each. Are you writing something somewhere?
Yeah, I'm putting it on the code. Oh, you can't see. You're not following me.
Let me follow you. Huh? Follow. Okay. So yeah, quiz. You got a quiz collection. I agree. You got a rounds collection, and then the rounds collection, I guess, is going to have entrance. What's that? Like the people.
The people that are signed up to join. Yeah.
You got rounds, you got questions. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I think type is possibly important as far as multi-text. We need some. I'm keen to try and get a picture around him, but I'm not sure we have time to build these things.
Yeah.
So the ask for doing this to get it ready for tonight is crazy.
And we're an hour in already, right?
We have a fallback plan. Well, we're due to start in 5 hours. So within the next 5 hours, can we really build all this? But we'll see.
We can.
Title details type. Then if it's multiple, then you're going to want the options.
It'd be easy just to do this as actually files, I think, in the code.
And then the answer. Which, if it's based on...
Yeah, it just needs to be an exact string that matches the option, right? Oh no, you could do...
I think it's an exact match, because you said it's a string of array. So as long as the answer has to just be one of the things in the option if you're using the options.
Exactly.
If it was text, you'd be looking for an exact text match, which, as you say, that could upset some people when it comes to being in a quiz, because when you're marking someone else's, I mean, you could...
No.
Maybe that's a future thing. You could almost say, for all the entrants, we're now going to give you randomly somebody else's questions to mark, and you have to trust what people have marked them as pass or fail.
No.
Because if you're randomly handing them out, then people would want to mark them correctly. But I think that's a future problem to think about if you really want to get overly tech. I think it needs to be a simple platform to use. But yeah, I think just a string answer, because even for the picture round for the moment, it's probably going to be what are the options. Details, I was thinking, like if the question was what does this bit of code do, then the details would be the block of text for the actual code. If you want to show them, that's what I was thinking, the details. And for a picture, it might be a link to the picture. Although, yeah, for a picture, it would be each question will have its own picture. Yeah, that works. Would you want to consider having the order in there so you know what the order is?
No, the order will be the order of the array.
But I was more thinking the order of the round at this level.
Oh, so round. It would just be the order of the array as well. Keep it simple.
So we've got the array up here, right, for the quiz. So it's the order that they're in that array up there.
Exactly.
And then the entrance, its name, email, location, right? What we're capturing now. We'll capture dates and times against things anyway. So I think that's roughly what we need to get to have everything for a quiz.
So you got the answer, but then also we need the status and stuff. So we need to, like in the quiz, we need current question. You'll need
in the quiz or in the round, because you're going to have current round and current question.
So yeah, current round, right?
Yeah.
And that would be a string. It would be the ID.
Well, it'd be the object ID,
which is a string, but okay.
And then in the question again, current round, and that would be a number because it would be the index to the array of questions. Sorry, current question.
Current question. Or you could put, it might be easier to put that in the quiz rather than the rounds. So from the quiz directly, you know what round and what current question's on.
We know we need one. We can move where it is. I don't want to get too fixated on a data model really, because really when you build your data model, it should be from the top down. So you do the front end, and then it should filter down to the back end when you're building a database like this. So jumping in to try and design and get it correct, you're not going to do it. If you're building a relational database, that's different.
Yeah.
But we're not really. I'm doing a best guess for what a document might look like. But you still want to break out the document into a couple of collections and have relationships there so that you can group together certain things like the score for a particular round is easier to do if you break it out like this. What you also need for the entrance is there's going to be some sort of mapping table, perhaps. This is where normally in a relational table you'd have something like quiz entrant. But you could say for every quiz,
what do you think?
You've always got to sign up. Well, it's just whether or not people have an account, right? So I suppose in the future we could add an account ID to one of these if somebody has an account on here. But for the moment, you're not going to log in to the quiz.
No.
What happens if you close your browser by mistake when you're doing the quiz to get back to where you were?
Start again. Forget it. Start again. Don't close your browser.
Don't let the browser crash. Yeah.
No, I think just keep it really, really simple.
This is where we're going to have all sorts of technical problems trying to do something like this without having tested something first.
Hey, part of the fun. I think that's
so
fine.
You put their answers into here, then, right? But the question is, do you have?
So they'll create a new account each. A new account, a new new entrance each time they join the quiz.
No, I'm just trying to think because you're gonna have an array because it's two-dimensional. What we're doing, right? There's the round and there's the question. So are you going to just do a 2D array for rounds and questions based on the indexes, but then you don't? How do you match the round to the object? So,
oh no, I wouldn't do that. I would suggest having the round and the question's got an ID, right? So you could just do it as an object. So you could do it as, I don't know, results, and do something like oops. Oh, where has it gone? Why is it jumping all over the place? Stop jumping all over the place. Tab, something like this. Let's minimize the terminal because it's jumping all over the place for some reason. So you could do round ID, which is just
this is what I was doing a minute ago. It's what I started doing, but I'm just trying to think what's the most sensible way.
And then you can do question ID. Then do their answer.
As a string.
Yeah.
And then you possibly also want to know, was it correct?
Yep.
Because that will help you total up the correct booleans quickly rather than having to always cross-reference back to the round.
And then it's not a two-dimensional, then it's just one-dimensional, which is better, I think, because then you can just...
So submitting your answer is going to have to go through a Firebase function because we need to run some logic to do the checks and to actually populate things like, is it correct, and get everything correctly done.
Yeah.
So it will have to hit a Firebase function for that. The quiz itself, that can go straight to Firebase from the front end.
Yeah.
I don't think that needs to worry. Likewise, the rounds as well, it can go straight to the Firebase database. However, we need to be careful that it doesn't send back the answer so that people don't cheat and get the answer from the database.
That's true. But it's not it's not an API call where you can see the JSON. But we can
and then the leaderboard will be looking at the entrance, and that can probably go straight to the Firebase database as well from the front end to calculate the leaderboard.
I wonder if you can have...
It might be nice to have a Firebase function to do it a bit cleverer, but yeah.
You can have total?
You can have current, you can have score or something, yeah.
Score, yeah.
I'm not sure I call it total, I call it score probably. The current score.
It'll be a percentage to a number. Because it knows how many questions, right? So...
That's what I was trying to figure out, is do you do it as a percentage? Because do you have...
Current percentage. If you've done 10 questions and they've got 5 right, but then we're telling them as we go along, we want to tell them at the end, don't we? You could tell them as you go along, though. You don't have to wait. But I know normally quiz, you were saying that you normally wait.
Well, you'd have a point where we would say, right, calculate all the answers, wouldn't we? Or show you or show the current results. So you wouldn't always be showing the leaderboard. You'd only show it halfway through the quiz and at the end of the quiz normally.
So we'll choose when to show it. Okay, yeah, we'll choose when to show it. So we can store it, but we just don't show it
as a percentage still, yeah. I think we can track it as a percentage. So at any point in time, we can know if we had a screen on the side, we know, oh, so-and-so's currently winning. And then it's up to us if we want to call that out for fun during the show, it.
Yeah.
But to actually show a leaderboard, perhaps we only do that periodically, so every three rounds or whatever, or at the end of each round, depending on how you might run your quiz. But that's, again, future things to worry about.
Okay, I like that. I think we're good.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily need that score because it can be calculated, but it might make it easier if we're going to go straight from the database through. This would be if you had a Firebase function that we're calling instead. We would calculate the score there rather than probably in here.
Okay, so I want to put this in the issue and then also need to split the work as well so we're not treading on each other's toes.
Well, you like the back end stuff, right? So you can do the Firebase function for when someone sends their answer
in. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll create a board. So Firebase function.
Did you say you copied all of this?
I did, yeah. For when,
so I can delete it now, yeah?
Yeah, I have it all here. Let's make sure for when answer is submitted. Did you do I guess you did Firebase TypeScript. Yeah. Okay. Not used, okay. Okay, got 10 minutes. We'll put a holding screen up on the stream, so be right back. And then, or do we stop it and start it again?
Yeah, I did send you a message, but I was thinking we probably need to stop in about 5. We can put a holding screen up if people. I don't know. How many people we got watching? What would they prefer?
Only got a couple of people. I can put a B-Write back and keep it going.
Okay. Well, yeah. Obviously, it's just you get a big blank part of the middle of the stream if anyone watches it in the future, I guess. But at least then it's only one stream. You can connect back to the same stream, can't you? What happens?
What if I stop OBS? Yeah, but I think that looks even weirder. I think it's better to have a holding screen up.
Okay.
If either we stop it and restart it, but then it's just going to notify everybody again, and it might not be something that they're interested in. So I think it's best to keep it going.
Okay, fine. So pause it. We take a break for 45 minutes or something, and then we'll come back and carry on. Although we might be doing a bit of this in the background in between because we are tight for time.
Yeah, really tight for time. Just doing text now.
Yeah.
We haven't got any space on that thumbnail to put the writing "be right back." We didn't leave any space. I shouldn't put "be right back." I should actually write when. Back at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. 5:30. 5:30, just in case. Oh, you're going to hate it, but I'm just going to stick it at the top. Okay. Firebase functions. I need to remind myself to do Firebase functions. It's been so long. Hopefully someone watching can help. Hosting no functions. Introductions. We want... How do you want to trigger it via the front end of the function? Do you want to trigger it? I think we should trigger it by it being written into the database, and then it triggers it that way. I think it's the safest way. This is
trigger what? Sorry, the next question being done.
No, trigger the cloud function to do for the answer.
Well, that's going to be when the entrant submits it, right? So the entrant will submit their answer.
Yeah, but technically, how we're going to do it so that we'll get. I think we should get it to them to write to the. It will write to the database, and then the trigger will trigger the function to say a new entry's been written. Do what you need to do.
In an ideal world, it depends if you reckon you can do it quick enough.
Well, that's just as easy as the other way. I think it makes no difference.
Sure. So yeah, we can have them send the answer into the database. It picks up that an answer's been put in, and then it can calculate whether it's correct, etc.
Yeah, I think
that's fine. That's the correct way of using Firebase.
It is. The only downside is we have to make sure it doesn't when it rewrite, because when it rewrite, the problem is when it rewrites back to the table, the collection with the answer, it will then trigger the function again, and we have to have a check in the function to say has it been calculated doing nothing. So you get two function calls. You never really should write to the same document. Really.
Yeah, but that's fine. We could write it to another one. We can have another one saying another table that's just to be processed answers or something where it's got, because there'll be an ID for each of these. So you have the ID, that entrant, and the answer they've submitted, and then we can have it right back into here. We can do that. That's fine.
Right, okay, so it writes this, apart from the correct, into another table. It's going to be processed, and then once the trigger triggers, and then writes into here with all of that plus that. Therefore, it won't trigger it again. Okay, like it. Add that in just so we note. So we know. And then we're doing, got a few minutes. Oh shit, what did I just do? So this is going to be just results. And then it's going to have that object. And we'll need to know which user it is, and that's it. And then this will be entrance ID, object ID. Okay, so we'll know which one that is. That won't have the correct or not. It will be that. Then this one will have the trigger. And then grab that data, make the calculation, and write it into there. All good, all good. I think we're gonna make the platform in time, right? All is good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create some dummy data. If I go to console, we're using the quiz platform. If I go to database, okay, and the collections we want are, we're going to have quiz collection. Quiz is next. Document auto-generate. The IDs we said we're going to have are title, current question, current entering rounds. We'll just have title for now. Title, save. And then we want a new one. Let's go away. Home. New collection. We want to do. We'll do results, but for the results I need the entrance, I need the rounds, and I need all the tables for results. Okay, so let's move this over. Andrew, we better take a pause, a break. Everyone watching, we're going to take a break for about 1 hour, back at 5:30, and we're going to hit the ground running, and we're going to make this happen. The stream will be open, so if you have any questions or you want to chat, we'll keep the chat open. We'll be there, but we will not be on camera. Anything you want to add, Andrew?
Well, you can show the browser quickly if you want. Localhost 4200. See what it's looking like so far.
Nice. Name, location. These rounds you'll pull out of the database. That's fine. I'll put those in eventually. So. Looks good. Cool. Come back in 1 hour and let's make this a full stack functional project for our quiz tonight at 9 PM UK time. Okay. Be right back, screen.
We do like a challenge.
We do. Mini hackathon. Micro hackathon. I might just tweet that. Okay. Let's go. And we're back.
I hope everyone had a good break for an hour. Although there's probably only about 2 people, which is us, left here. So.
Fine. More people will join as we do more coding. Move this mic out of the way.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh dear, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm coding anymore. That hour off has
made it worse.
Yeah, made me forget everything.
I did a commit for you as
okay, I was going to start up the form. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to start up the form a bit.
I think if
am
you
I still connected to you? Is it still working?
Oh, I don't know.
It's good. Yeah.
Still connected? Yeah, it says you're connected. What I was going to say was, it might be worth you creating all the pages and the roots and everything else, even though it just says hello on the pages or whatever it is. Therefore, I can pick up one of the other pages afterwards.
Yeah, let me get past. Okay, I'm thinking. Yeah, okay, we can. I can probably put it together. So there's only going to be a couple of pages. So it's basically, yeah, okay. So we're going to have a leaderboard as well. Let me do that then. Let me stop this, and I'll generate a couple more components. So we're going to want. Oh gosh, lots of commands appeared. There we are. Generate leaderboard. We're going to also want the actual question, so you can give an answer. So there'll be a question component. What else is there going to be? So we've got the start where you enter in who you are. You're going to there's a holding page as well, right? So sort of for getting ready. What do we call that? You've got the welcome to the site, intro. I'll just call it quiz. We'll call it the quiz one. It's just the holding page for the quiz, right? Welcome, the quiz for the holding page, the question page, which is going to change every time as you go through all the questions, a leaderboard that we can jump to every now and then. That's pretty much it, right?
The quiz page, so the name of the quiz. We could list the quizzes, but we don't need to do that now because we've only going to have one. So that you've got the quiz page, you've got the holding page, and then you've got the actual page that's going to load in different questions. So 3, right?
Yeah, well, I've got a welcome page, which is where you come along and you say, yeah, I want to join up to this quiz. You've got the quiz itself, which will be a holding page saying, get ready to start. And that might also have an element of who's also joined up to the quiz, how many people there are, and so forth, just as you're getting ready. Then you've got a question page. So that'll be the question that keeps on changing, and that'll just roll through. And yeah, the leaderboard, which we can. Interesting how we're going to try and activate the leaderboard for people to be able to go there. But maybe we just, for the moment, just say you can go there whenever you want. But ideally, we want to only be showing it when we want to talk about the current leaderboard. But
we'll be sharing our screen, right? So we can just not have a button to it, and we can show the leaderboard on our stream.
True, yeah, as long as we know the URL, but then other people can, certainly those that are watching the stream right now will know where to find it.
It's fine. We'll hide the address bar when we actually do the.
Okay, so let me put some routes in for those. So, first route is going to be path 2, which is a quiz. Same for the others, really. Quiz, question, and leaderboard. How do you get the formatting to align all the formatting correctly in VS Code?
Right click and then format document. So it's Option, Shift F.
No, that just took me to some search thing.
No, Options, Shift F. Worked for me. Remove the blank line at the end, which is a bit annoying.
So there's no formatter installed, that's why.
It's because you're using, I guess it's doing it on your side rather than my side.
Some things are happening on my side, yeah. Which formatter do you use?
I've no idea. Formatter, let me see. Default formatter, null. Sounds good.
Oh, good. Oh, you might be using Prettier, perhaps. I've got Prettier installed, though.
Maybe.
Oh, well, I'll ignore the fact that the code's a little bit messy for now.
It's fine. Don't worry about it too much. So you got tech quiz, date and time, add field, date, time, timestamp, today at 21:00:00 at rounds entrance. That's fine. Delete document.
We need to start it again, so that'll help.
Results. I don't need to create that action, that's fine. Results, rounds. And then on rounds title. Title. Value. Quizzes. Have we got any rules on the database? What have we got on the database?
Not only the default ones, which I think is mostly blocking, right?
Yeah, I think so. We can update that. That's fine. So we've got a quiz in there. We've got a round.
We'll have to sort out credentials so the front end can talk to the back end when we go offline in a bit.
Yep. You can just put it in. We can just put it in the environment files and commit it. It's not the end of the world. They're public anyway.
Some of it is, yeah.
Oh, but I guess we're not logging in. So we just have it read, I suppose, to everybody. And the write. Ooh, interesting. The write is going to be interesting. Yeah, the write is going to be very interesting.
Why, we're going to lock it? We lock the right to the URL, don't we?
No, you don't. We in Code Mortals we lock it to being logged in.
Oh, to being logged in. Yeah, you're right.
So we're going to have to make it public that anyone can write results. Not the other tables, but to the results table.
Can we do something with IP addresses?
No, because we don't know what IP addresses people will be using, right?
Well, only because I think when you got an entrant, we can grab the IP from the entrant. Problem is, people that are on mobile devices will change IP addresses all the time.
I think we just leave it open and then we just bring down the service after the event tonight.
Okay. I mean, no one's going to muck around it enough during that time to cause any havoc. And if they do, it's a learning lesson, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not the end of the world.
The only other thing we could do, if we went through a function, we could make sure that they only write what we allow them to write. Whereas now, if someone tried to do something...
This is the downside, right, to using a trigger rather than going through a function.
Yes.
So maybe we just do it as a function. Maybe that's the best thing to do for now, because that just looks after any worry for the moment.
Because worst case, they'll just insert another record into the results and it won't match anyone else's or mess anything up, so that'll be fine. Yeah, that's probably safer. Okay, we'll do it as a function. And we could do it as a public API endpoint, right? Rather than just calling a function directly, we could call it via HTTP.
You can, again, that becomes an open HTTP endpoint then. But
it does. Maybe, actually a function I think is probably slightly safer, just calling the function directly with the data. Because it's not as easy to trigger. Because you have to go via the SDK rather than just being like using Postman or something.
Yeah, which is what we do on the website.
Okay, so let's do that again. Okay, that's fine.
All right, how's the back end looking? Have I got somewhere I can put some entrants into as people sign up?
You can pull out quizzes. You could pull out rounds.
That's right. We're only going to be we're not using a function. We're going straight to the database, right?
For that, yeah.
Oh, but for the entrance for people signing up, that again would be an open endpoint, wouldn't it?
There's a function as well.
So you need to make a function for that one for people to sign up to.
The rights need to be functions, so there's two functions now. Okay, make a note. Firebase function when answer is submitted. Firebase function for when people register. Let's assign these out as well. That's mine. That's mine. You're doing welcome page with user details. You aren't doing that in progress. Function for when people register. I'll do that one first. Data structure for quiz. We've kind of done. Okay. So I'll do the register function now. Should be a TypeScript example that I want. Here we go. I'm guessing that's already done. Yeah, it's done already. I better do this now. Oh, I can just put it in the index files, just keep it really simple. So I want to do it so it's triggered via a function call. Call functions directly, that's what we want. On call. On call, and on call gets data and context. And then send the result back. Data.text, message text from the client. Okay, so everything comes in data. So we've got we'll return it as a function. Just return it, okay. Return. Create some models. Class. It's going to have a UID string. Oh, interface for the class. Interface. So name string. Email. Location. Score is going to be a percentage. Not sure about that, but we'll see. And then results. Do models have a capital file name begin with capital letter? They don't, do they? The class begins with a capital, but the interface begins with a capital, but the actual file doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Result. Result is going to have. We'll give it a UID probably. Guessing. Round ID. UID. Question. ID. Answer. Is it correct? Is correct. Oh, I'll put a class again. Interface. And then in what the intro will have results, which will be an array of results. Array of result. Do I need to include that?
You asking me?
Yeah, asking myself. Result. I surely have to import that. I know it's in the same directory.
Yeah, normally you'd have to import it to declare it, but results could be a JavaScript known thing. Although it looks like everything just went past you.
No, no, it worked. If I click on it, it goes to the right place, which I thought was really weird.
Oh, okay.
You need to include it. It's not that
I'm
smart.
sure you have to include it. Yeah, it's VS Code being smart without being smart.
Export. It's just one export, right? Can I export as default, I suppose? Do we export it as default? We do, don't we? So I can do. And let me just see if it will do it for me. Yeah, now it's complaining. Interesting. Interesting. Why it doesn't auto-complete. Okay. Let's import it. It's not different ones. I think I have to. I think I can't do that. Import from. Oh, something came up from terminal. I said no, but then you might actually want it. Did you were trying to do something in terminal?
This is where both of us working on one IDE is a bit weird, but I wasn't doing anything at the time.
Okay, it just came up and I hit escape, but I didn't really think about it. What's wrong with that? Expected from. Let me just do an index as well. New file. Index.ts. I might have to look it up somewhere else. How do you do the index thing we do? We do an export of something, don't we? Oh, God, I can't remember. I have to look it up and see.
Oh, muted you. Sorry, I've not been following what you were doing.
No, I was just saying, I want to do an index in the models so it can just import it all from the same place.
Yeah.
Remind me how we do it?
Export. Export star from wherever. So dot result now.
So I don't need this import at the top, right? Okay, and then
no, because it's going to pull it in from there and then send it out.
Okay,
yeah.
And then enter. Okay, sounds good.
Forget your colons, yeah.
Yeah, and then on this one, I can do it from index, and then.
Oh no. Yeah, don't do that. If it's in the same folder, you'll get a cyclic error go on because it'll be trying to pull it out.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right. So the same folder won't work. Yeah, good point. That's fine. Okay, it's just for other folders then.
Yeah.
And do I have to... Oh, that's your file. Declare but never use is fine. That's not export member, yeah, so I need to specify it. Do I remove the default? Does that work now? Yeah, okay. Done. 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 Okay, so in index, can return. So data will be coming in as a, oh, not hello world, this is going to be a register. So data will be coming in as models. What's going to go out is enter 2. And then we're going to write this to the database, so we need to first of all write to DB, write to DB, then return enter with UID. I think that's all we need to do. And then we'll add them to the quiz. Oh yes. Enter 2GB. Update quiz collection with enter UID. Right, so what we're doing here is, these are the 3 steps we need to do. Return enter with UID. We don't have to do that, we can return just a boolean, it's been successful. Probably can just return true, right? Just return boolean. Return true. So I can get rid of that. That's the steps we've done. So step 1. Well, actually, even probably want to console log it, just check that it all works. So let's see, console log. I think we can simulate data. So let's see if we can simulate in Firebase. I need to deploy this as well, though. I think in Firebase, if I open a new tab, functions. Functions, get started. Okay, I need to deploy one first, probably first. Let's have a look. There should be a deploy somewhere. Maybe I'm getting started. Deploy function. Firebase deploy functions. Here we go, let's bring this up. Should all just work. Can we do it from this directory? Do we have to go into the functions directory? Let's go into the functions directory. Okay, that's fine. Because then if we go into package, oops, package.json, we'll see there is a deploy. Okay, so we just got npm, perfect, we just got npm run deploy. And we can see if we just get a function in there. See if we can see it in the console. Looking good so far. Node 8? Thought we were doing like 10. Deploy faster, I guess it's the first one, always takes the longest. After you run the command, add a text code parameter. Oh, it looked like it deployed. Okay, so if we go to Firebase functions section and reload the page, we have this function. Delete function, no, detail usage, view health, view logs. Okay, health. Guessing it's all good. So I can't run a function from here. So for some reason I thought I could, but for now, let's go to logs. Hopefully we can see this. We can run this function. This is a deployment of it. Just change direction. The newest at the top. Then why you want to put the oldest at the top. Okay, let's try and run this register function. See what the docs say. I think on the CLI you can run something. Firebase help. Wowzer. Functions, config, no, delete, no, log.
If you look at your package JSON, you jump into your package JSON, it should tell you there's one in here you could use.
To run a function?
Yeah, I think I normally use this one, shell.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, actually, no, it's start. No, you're right, it is start. Runs it locally. Yeah.
No, I've deployed it. I was going to run it actually on Firebase functions.
Oh, okay. Oh, if you don't deploy, yeah. Well, then you need all the credentials setting up from Firebase.
I thought
you want to keep all that private.
I thought you could do it via the command via the CLI. I'm sure there's somewhere you could do it.
I normally run it locally and just call the local version.
Okay, I can try that. I just want to. I just want a console log.
Call to Firebase.
So if I do npm run shell,
again, if you want anything you want to
use,
anything you want, if it needs to talk to Firebase's database, so Firestore, then you'll need the credentials there.
Yeah, at the moment it's just a console log. Oh, almost not my green screen over. Yeah, it's just a log at the moment.
Yeah, so for a console log, that's fine. You can just use serve, I think, and then you can call that function from within your code, but you need to add an additional
no, that's fine. I'll do it directly on
the SDK on the front end.
I'll do it directly on Firebase. It's fine. I'm pretty sure the CLI had something.
Or you can use shell as well, and then shell will let you invoke the function from a command line style interface.
Not run functions.
I'll let you have a look around. Okay.
I'll have a quick look around and see test functions interactively. Oh, but it's local. I don't want to do it locally. I haven't got time to faff around with that. Call functions from the app. I just might have to put it into the app. Might be easier. But then I need the credentials. I don't know if you want to quickly do the credentials as you're off screen. But then we just need to. Well, I can still run it locally, right? Because we can put it in the Angular environment file and just not commit it.
But yeah,
or open it.
Yeah, well, I'll add it to the Git ignore if I put it in there. The same way I normally would do it. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so we create a .runtime config.json. That's what it looks for when you're running it locally. So you'll see that file has appeared on your computer. But obviously right now there's nothing in it, but don't open it in a moment once I've put stuff into it.
Okay.
Actually, no,
I
no,
use
that's for if you want environment variables, we use that.
I just put
You
it in.
don't want environment variables, you want the actual config to call.
Yes, you need to go to the web in the Firebase console website and then put it in Angular environments. Like this. Here we go.
Yeah, but you want it in the front end, so I can put the front end.
Yeah, put it in the front end.
Sorry, I thought you were trying to do it from Firebase function. So I can add the SDK and everything for the front end quickly. Yeah, that's fine. Just have to give me a few minutes to get it all into the.
That's fine, because for the
Fine, I can
functions.
do it. I was just working on styling up the inputs.
Okay, because in for the functions to call the database, I think it's already got access, right? It doesn't need anything. All the credentials are already set when the function's deployed, if I remember correctly.
The deployed one is, the deployed one's fine.
Yeah.
Locally, I can't remember what happens.
Don't worry about locally. I'll keep
Firebase
deploying
login
the
credentials to do it.
function, so don't worry.
But yeah, I can sort that part out for the front end. That's fine. That's easy to do.
And then I'll put a
Put it
line.
into what I normally do is create a local one.
I'll just put a line like in the
Environments, new file.
in one of the components just to keep calling it. It's fine.
Yeah.
I can even do that now while you're doing that part. So if I go to the UI, the problem is if you break it, one of us breaks it, it messes it up for the other. Hosting projects.
Yeah, sorry, I'm working on the front end. I'll have it in there in a minute. Don't worry.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm just saying that if one of us breaks it, then it breaks for the other. So all I want to do is I want to put some code in. Let me just see. App component, just so it triggers this every time, just for testing. So I can do ng on. Where's my autocomplete gone? Implement on init. Go ng on init. Or no, private probably. Ng on init. And then cloud functions. Never go back here. Triggering cloud functions. Where's web? Called functions. Call functions from your app. That's what I want. So it's a writable, callable function. I think it's the same page as this. It is. Handling errors. Deploy the callable function. Initialize the SDK. Oh, we need to include. Are you going to do Angular Fire, or shall I add it?
I've just done it. Don't worry, I'm doing it.
Okay, perfect. No, just checking.
Leave the front end alone. I'll have the front end for you. Yeah, it's okay.
No worries.
Your Xcode warnings worry me every time I see them.
It's a feature. Changes, okay. Realtime. Callable functions, here we go, that's what we want. You're importing the modules, so that's fine.
Oh, you're gonna. Oh no, I'll put it on your local. It's fine. Okay.
I just need this. Public constructor. Oh, don't need that.
Are you putting some code in? Because I was doing the front end for you.
Yeah, I'm not touching any of that. I just want to trigger my function, so I'm putting a bit of code in,
Right,
but it's just.
I was going to copy it the way I've done it.
Are you calling a function in your code though?
Yeah, I was going to do it for you, but okay.
That's fine.
I was going to call it in the code. Yeah, I was just putting everything in for you, but
I'm pretty much there.
it just means I know what's going on in the front end. That's all. Right.
I'm going to move this. This isn't for me to delete. That's all. It's just. I'm going to delete this. It's just temporary. My function is called register. Register, and we have got name, so let's just say my name. What do I have $data there? What's doing with that? Just saving it. I don't care where it saves it. Delete.
You're doing it in a very odd way.
Why is it odd way? It's what it recommends in documentation.
That's wrong. You don't do that.
Why not?
What?
Oh, didn't mean to click on that. Go away.
Right.
Implement on it. Oh, have I got this wrong? What is this? ng on init. That's correct. It's probably because I have put that on it. There we go. What's wrong with these two?
Just checking that
What docs say?
doesn't look right.
Does, for calling a function it does. Trust me. Okay, so is that up and running? Let me see. So in theory, if I refresh this, it breaks.
Just the name, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Since the names you're using are different to what I'm used to, that's all. But it is this module, yeah. It's that service. It's just the abbreviation of FNS I've never used before.
This is what I
I
took
think
from
I've
their
seen it
docs.
somewhere before. Yeah, I just don't like short abbreviations, I guess. That's the problem. That sort of threw me off.
Okay.
And then using HTTPS callable, are you?
Yeah. Where is it? This one. Yeah. It's cool. All is good in the hood.
Okay.
Let me know when you've booted up the application, and I'll carry on writing the function while I'm waiting.
Yeah, so I need to put in the right settings for the local file to be used that won't get committed.
No worries. Give me a shout. And then in the function. Right, functions, here we go. That one was fine. Organize function. Is that getting started? Here we go. It's all initialized for us. So we do need to include it. Although we've got TypeScript, right? So we include the functions. We need admin because to write to the DB we need admin. I think there was an example somewhere, wasn't there? Oh, wrong one. This one. Why did I close it? Up in the TypeScript section.
See what happens. Ooh. Configuration's not set. I thought it was. Configurations.
Here we go. Here's the example. Terrible example. Okay, forget that. It's a bad example.
Should be starting up now, so just give it a moment.
Okay.
Just fingers crossed I haven't broken it because I'm halfway through adding an input component for styling. See what happens in a minute.
It's all part of the fun, hackathon style.
Ooh. Yeah, I need to import the stuff into here.
Where's the page that one? Oh, admin database. That's not what I want. That's for the Angular stuff. Firebase admin SDK to access the Firebase. Cloud Firebase function right. That's what the trick is. Oh, it's like that. Okay. So we have to bring in admin. Okay. Imports as admin from Firebase admin. And then I'm guessing we need that. That's not going to change. What is that? We're on 8. We can't do that. That's fine. Okay, let's change this. I want to map it to be safe, so we've got name. It's going to be data.name. And then we've got email. We've got location. Email. Location. Why doesn't that work? Name, email, location spelled wrong. So if I try to put any other rubbish in, we don't save it. So that's fine. These will be quite big. I think it's fine. And it's a promise, right? So, dot, let's just get the ID back. Okay, so ID, is it the ID you get back? Result ID, right result. Right. Probably want to return this. Can't have these promises in ages. Bit rusty. So we'll get the right ID, save it to the database. Once it's saved, then we want to update the quiz next. So we'll need to do another one of these.
Well, you're not returning a boolean that, like, it's telling you.
Yeah.
You're returning a promise right now.
Yeah, I've changed it now. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just changing
So
it.
I think I normally use an async up here.
You can't. We're using node 8. Can I change it to 10? It said 8 in here. Should I make it 10? Can we use 10?
We are using 10 on Code Mortals.
So
and do I use async? Or maybe not. Promise any, no, returning promises, that's why.
Okay, just fine. So
you must figure it out. Okay, all right. But we are using 10 elsewhere.
so I can return that. Oh, actually, I need to know what quiz it is. So data coming in will be the person, and I'll need to know what quiz that person belongs to. Quiz UID string. So save that. Quizzes. I need to know who that is. So quiz ID. Quiz. quiz UID will be data dot quiz UID. And then in the quiz collection, an update dot, there's not update, ID get, right, doc. That'll be in the Firestore. Read data. Usage. Add and manage data. Add data and read data. I've got that. I want to update data. God, I can't remember how to do it. No. What's set? It is the set, right? Collection set. This will be quiz UID. So that means we'll get the document, and then what we want to do next is set. We want to set it with, what does write come back with is the question. Probably want to make this up the top. Yes, we want to use the ID, so that's fine. So we'll get right. Where's my documentation? So we want to add the person who's just registered to the quiz object. Okay, so that's fine. So we want to add. This is cloud function. Add data. Fire store add to array. Here we go. Set data, so I've got all of it. Document. So there is an update. I don't want to get the whole array. Update fields in a nested object. This is what we want. Okay, that's not what we want. Update elements in an array. You can use array in an array. It's not present. Okay, we got this one. Nice. goes in the update. And then we do that. Doc is right dot ID. I've used in the models, I've used UID, but in their kind of written document they use ID. Should I just rename everything to be ID?
I'm not sure. Can you do that? I think it had to be ID. It's whatever.
Yeah, whatever they use,
Whatever
I
the
just
docs
use
say.
ID. I'm just double check. That's fine.
That's why I'm having a slight nightmare because it's telling me my TS config is broken, but I can't see anything wrong with it.
Oh, one of those. TS config is broken. Could it just be something with the IDE, with the syncing, or something? Like, where is the error?
I don't think so. I've got everything saved. Save all. Let's see. Maybe I've missed saving a file somewhere. Could be it. No. Still upset with the token. Still I've got I've got an extra comma. But there's no comma there.
Do you want me to check on mine? You might not be seeing it, but I might have it. It happened last time. So which file? I'll just follow you. Let me just follow you one second.
Okay.
If I follow you.
I'm pretty sure it's referring to this file.
Well, it is because underlined on my side. Expected, end of file expected. Something. Oh yeah, you've got an extra bracket. It's closed off. Look on my screen.
That's totally different to what I've got. What's going on?
It gets out of sync sometimes.
It looks like all of this is. That shouldn't all be there. Something's gone wrong there. Delete all of that.
Why is it still complaining? Unexpected token. Can you move your cursor? Because with that green thing, I can't see if something's there or not. Thanks. Doesn't look like anything's there. Delete. Enter. Paths is an empty object. It's not in the world.
You save it.
I saved it. It's gone now.
Okay, let's see if it builds now. Oh, I reckon there's another problem somewhere else.
It must be a similar sort of thing.
That's a problem within a node module file, so I don't know what's going on there. Okay, it's compiling now, so that's better. Oh, that was annoying. I've just spent like 10 minutes going, why the hell?
And 10 minutes is important now.
Yeah. I'm going to go and grab something to eat.
Okay.
I'll just check that bills first quickly. So that you can then do whatever you need to do on the front end.
Thanks.
Oh no. Are those files correct? Can you check the TS config app file?
Looks alright.
Yeah, that seems okay. It's saying it can't find brand input module. Or maybe it's not called that at the moment. I need to rename it. That might be why. Yeah. It's okay then. Cool. Fix that quickly, and then should be alright for now. Once that's fixed. I completely lost sync of things now.
Is it gone worse?
Can you? I hate asking you to keep looking.
It's fine.
Do you follow me again, perhaps?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Looks alright.
That looks correct, unless maybe because I've just done it again, it worked this time. It's telling me that in the input module, which is where we're at, yeah, input module, can't find this, but that is correct. Do you follow me? Yeah, it says the same thing.
Yeah, it looks right.
Oh, okay, now it's better. I just can't find certain properties. I need to have those properties. That's cool. Do that. It's a different error now, so maybe it's fixed itself.
Okay, give me a shout in a minute.
No, I need to go, but I'll at least try and get this to quickly behave. Type string and label. Is that what I need to-
We won't get an intro now. We'll get which will be get right again. I probably want to return. Quiz ID. I do realise how much I miss async await.
Okay, I'll be back shortly. I think it should be okay now. The build was a success, so with any luck, it will compile and start running in a second. Then you can do stuff. But you should have your environments and all the rest of it for Firebase, and the inputs might be a little bit broken at the moment because I've not yet finished sorting out the styling I was doing.
That's fine.
Should
Just want to get a console log in the functions, that's all really.
show a page.
I haven't got inspect. Open Chrome.
You're missing the injector for Angular Fire. You haven't quite finished setting it up. Okay, that's an error coming from your side on the browser. So, well, I say your side. As you started putting the Fire functions, and you need to put in the provider.
Oh yeah, I thought you were doing that. Okay, that's fine. I'll do that next. That's fine. Okay, cool.
I can do my dash, so I'll be back.
No, you go. That's fine. Whoever gets to it first, no problem.
Okay, cool.
Remove Andrew's camera for a second. There we go. Let's have a look. What have we got? So we're going to get the right now, and then I want to join it all together. So I want to have, if I move this up here, if we make a constant, which is going to be the entrant, and then we'll use this down here, be a bit neater, and then what we'll do is we'll join it together, because then we can go, this is of type, we go, oh, why is it not like that? Is missing the following properties: UID, score, and results. Oh, we need to make those optionals. So UID is optional, score and result is optional. So therefore in here we can then join it. We could then go we could say dot, it's UID, I need to change that, right, dot ID, and then we return that. Then the next one will have the full object, and this won't be a right anymore, this will be that. And that won't have right ID. It will have UID, but I want to change all those anyway. And then what we want to return, doesn't matter what we get on that. Actually doesn't even. I'll put that to data. And then this one I can put to actually, in fact, we don't even need that because we will have. Oh no, we do need that. That's a mistake. No, it's declared out there. That should work actually. We don't need that. That becomes that and that, and then we return that. So in theory, that should work. If I just save that. Let's close some of these files. This is Andrews. Oh, don't look at that. I better put something in for us to reset those. Reset UI credentials. Appeared on screen for 1 second. Okay, let's have a look. Right, let's check if this function worked, but this is the project isn't running correctly and I haven't got DevTools. How do I put DevTools on? Preferences, advanced, show developer tools, yes please. Inspect, where's console? No errors. Let's just check here. Seems like it's compiled okay. Let me start it again. npm start. Those warnings not too worried about. Oh, this is the null injector. Okay, so I need to include Firebase. Angular Fire. Let's include this. So in app module. It wasn't an import. This doesn't exist. It does now. And then I'll leave that as well. Still got one more error to sort, don't worry about that. We will fix it. And then that we've got, that we've done. It's this environment we need. So we need to bring in the environment variable. Works, but there's no Firebase. How has Andrew done that? Let me just bring that screen over so I can have a look. I don't want to give too much away. Let's put it under Firebase. Oops. Don't know why it's complaining, because it is there. I'll just call it .local for now. Maybe it's not configured correctly. Save. There's my file. Up and running. Okay, so it should have called our function. So now if we look at our function and hit play, we should see a trigger. Yes, we do. We do see it with name is my name, called quite a few times. Don't know why, but it's been called loads of times. Okay, perfect. So we now have the function being called. So in theory, if I deploy this, we want to see if create this object. No one can add any extra data. We then go to the collection. We add this object for real. We get an ID back. We add it to the object. And I need to change this actually. So these, I've put all these as UIDs. So I need to rename these as IDs. Although they are UIDs, but let's just rename them before we go too far. UID. ID. 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 Alright, so that's going to be complained for a moment, but don't worry, we can fix that because we'll go into here and we'll change this to ID. Change this to ID. And save it, also go to result. Do the same there. ID. And question ID, that's all okay. So this shouldn't be unhappy now. Perfect, so therefore it will get the ID, pass it back into the object. Therefore this has both, and that will be, oops, that will just be ID. And if we deploy this, we should get entry. But how are we going to call this? Andrew was saying his function might not be complete yet. Right. If the front end isn't complete yet, that's fine. Well, if we refresh the front end, we should get another entry. Let's just double check that. Oh, it's not live, but we should see time is 6:48, and it was 6:45 was the last entry. 45, it's alive, so when it, there we go, 48, it's just come in. Perfect. So let's call in the function correctly, that's fine. What we need to do is, let's just check the front end. I don't think there's UID written anywhere else. Let me double check that. No, that's fine. So in the front end, do we send it anywhere? Welcome. Got the form. console log the raw data. Let's just check that's all working, and I can call the service to do that. To join alias email location null. Oh, there's no form field yet. That's fine. I can hard code it calling a service. So that's okay. So in the app, if I just create, Andrew can move this later. If I just create a services folder. Or we'll put it under welcome quiz. I'll just put it under welcome for now, actually, even simpler. And if I want it under a component, I'll just put it in app, even easier. So if we just say, it's going to be the untrunk service.ts, and then in here, if we do, I always forget these off my top of my head. Andrew always remembers. But if I just create a class, it's going to be the service, all done like the SS, singular there maybe. Let's rename that file. Rename. And then in this service, we will need to inject what we need, which we did. Where did we do it over here? This is to call the function. Oh, I can just hard code it in here. What am I talking about? Forget that. Don't even need to do that. Delete that. What am I talking about? I can go. So we've got name. We've got location. UK. And we should have email. test@test.com. So if I save that, I deploy my function again. npm run deploy. Should deploy my function, and we should get entry in the database. Well, we should get a new document in the database, and in quizzes it should add a new collection, a new sub collection in quizzes document. Let's see if we can get that working. Deploy faster, come on. Go, go, go. Deploy complete, awesome. Let's just refresh the web page, and the functions will still run, and also we should have a new collection. We don't. What happened? Just finished running. Let's refresh this one again. Okay, that didn't work. What happened? Didn't throw an error. Okay, need to upgrade this. Maybe that's why. Pay as you go. Purchase. Set budget alert. $10. Set budget alert. Close. Right, let's try again. 652, so it should be 653. And this code that we wrote, that's being triggered, should come through there. Oh, we haven't got quiz ID. Stupid. We need a quiz ID. And the quiz ID. Unhandled error. Data is not a valid file store. Document cannot use undefined. Okay. Well, let's come back to that. It's probably this one that it doesn't like. We don't have an ID for that. So now put this ID in. Maybe now it will work. We need to deploy it. No, that was on the UI, so we don't need to deploy that. That's fine. What's that error? I have not found, no document to update. Quiz. Why quiz singular? Should be quizzes. Oh, quizzes. Let me redeploy that now. That was a boo-boo on my side. So now we've got, it did create the, it is creating the entries. So that is working perfectly, but it's not adding people to it because we had the wrong name of collection. Delete document, can I delete a whole? Delete collection, let's start again. There we go. Right, and once it's finished deploying, we can run it again and see. And it will work this time. Oh, Andrew's back. Do you want to see something cool? We've got...
You broke it all.
It's all working. We've finished, ready to use it for tonight. Just have to hard code.
Thank God for that. I was thinking, when are we going to put the questions down? I thought.
We do need, we got 9 o'clock, right? So the last hour, 8 till 9, we should probably do questions, right? We need to have, worst case, we do 3 rounds. We don't do 5 to see how we get on. We pick a round each and do it.
Six rounds.
6.
We're doing 6 rounds. So we have to pick 3 each. It's more important to have a decent quiz than it is to have this working.
Let's see if it's working.
We'll carry on and see if we can get there.
Error. Screw you, error. There's no error. You're an error. Firebase. What have I done wrong this time? Okay, the collection mistake, having the wrong name, was my fault. Okay, so it created... Why did it create 3? I don't know. Okay, it created 3 entries. What error do I get? No document to update. The ID exists, that's not wrong. Quizzes. Why can't it find the quizzes? Quiz ID. That's correct. There we go, quiz ID. Oops. Where is this at? Documents, quizzes, that is correct. Document to update. Quizzes. Oh, I took the round ID rather than the... Okay. I copied the wrong ID. There's no easy way to copy the ID, which is annoying, but okay. G and GF. Did I put the wrong ID? I did. So of course it can't find it. So this time, 3rd time lucky. Oh, it's happened already by the looks of it. Yes! It worked. Perfect. Okay. Oh, Andrew, I've got a confession to make.
You broke stuff.
No, worse. When you open files...
You fixed something.
Even better.
Yeah.
When you open files and you close them, they remain open for me. So maybe when I was going through the tabs, environments.local was still open. I'm looking at your face on Slack. So, I haven't got you on the stream. Let me put you back on the stream. Here we go.
Okay.
So it was on there for a second. So I've raised a ticket. We probably want to reset it at one point, not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. Just reset it.
Oh, you opened up the thing. You can't reset it that easily. It's a real pain. You basically got to drop the project and recreate the whole thing.
We can do that tomorrow then. I'm pretty sure you can reset them. Let me bring it over here and have a quick look.
It's a nuisance. You can, yes. It's a real nuisance to do it though with Firebase because you have to do it all through Google Cloud. If you delete it and recreate it, it pulls the exact same set of information back through every time.
Oh, really?
You have to go into Google Cloud and check and fiddle around in there. I have done it before, but it was a nuisance. It was easier to just drop the project and recreate the whole project.
So if we drop the app and recreate the app, you're saying it brings the same one?
Yeah.
What happens if I keep this app, create a second app, then drop the first app? It can't give me the same one.
I think a lot of it is the same, but you get some small subtle differences to tell it's a different app essentially. But a lot of it's still the same.
Okay. We'll just delete the whole app and do it tomorrow. Delete the whole project, do it tomorrow. That's fine. So now have a function that creates a new user, registered user, and adds them to the quizzes collection. In the quizzes collection, adds it to that. Okay. All is good. It's 7 o'clock, probably time for my lunch. So I'm going to leave you to it. I'll take my
lunch.
Sorry, dinner. Oh my god, I'm so delirious. I don't even know. Let me follow you.
Well, don't follow me. I could go anywhere.
Follow Andrew. Follow Andrew. There goes. Following you. And then I'll mute myself and remove my camera.
Well, you're going to be back in like 5 minutes, right? So you can carry on.
I finished.
You've got a working back. You've got a working back end for me, yeah?
Yeah. So in appcomponent.ts, that's how you can save a new registered user. I haven't done anything else yet, but you can save a new registered user. And I've hard coded in their fields. You need the quiz ID as well. So name, location, email, and quiz ID. Which you could hard code the quiz ID in the form as well, probably, or in the service. Just have it going to the back end.
Alrighty then.
And then I'll be back shortly. Well, let me follow you again because I've unfollowed you.
Yeah, I'll have a tinker around and we'll see what we can do. But I'm styling up a few little bits. I don't want to spend too long styling things up.
No, let's get it functional first. Even if it looks terrible, it'd be part of the fun if it looks retro. Think GeoCities.
Yes.
Okay, so if I remove me and I remove my audio.
Oh, nice. I can hear us talking because you're taking your headphones off. So whatever I say, am I going to hear myself 10 seconds later now? Doesn't sound like it. That's good. I'm not hearing myself come back. Cool. Well, I'm sure everyone had fun with Eddie. There's how many people are actually on the stream? I haven't even looked. I have no idea if we've got anybody watching us. 2, so it's just me and Eddie probably watching ourselves. Eddie didn't mute himself as he walked away, so we might hear some things in the background. So listen hard, and we'll see what he says. He's probably going to be slating everything we're doing at the moment. So yeah, just listen out. What am I doing? I'm trying to style things up a bit. We're going to just put a little bit of CSS in here. We should, hopefully. What's he left up on the screen? Can you see? Can you see the web browser or not? No, it's only code. Okay. So I can't show you how things are looking on the front end as we do this. That's fine. I can talk about it. Right, where are we at? So I should soon Let me see. I should soon be able to see. I possibly need to pass a few things in. My little component I've made for doing inputs. So on the welcome page, I have the brand input, and I've moved this. So I'm going to put labels inside here. Just makes it a little bit better inside the component for it for being able to control how we want the layout to look. So I can take that out, take that out, take that out. In fact, the way I've done this is all we need to do is drop what we want on here, and that will feed through. What I haven't done is add support yet for email types, so I'll do that in a moment. But I don't need any of the inputs or anything else. I just need my tags without the double T. None of them are text areas. They're all just normal inputs right now. Labels, we need to put labels on the wall. So email address and location. So we can shout out to everybody where they're coming from. See what we get. And, oh, it's not working quite right. No value accessor for form control. Okay, let's see why is that happening. Value accessors there. I've got my directive. Have I done all my imports correctly? Call directives import. It should be complaining. The compiler shouldn't be allowing that if it was a problem. So that looks okay. No value accessor for form control. No, maybe I've done this. Let me check. Form control name. Yeah. Form group. Form control. Interesting. And here we've got control value accessor. We should, in the constructor, I have done it, I'm sure. Yep, set to be using this. There's the values. A lot of this gets auto-generated for you, so you don't have to type a lot of it. I'm killing anything off, so if there's any changes, we want to catch when things get touched so that we can just mark them as being touched. When a change occurs, yeah, that seems okay to me. Label, placeholder, name, and type. That's okay. Like I said, we haven't got an email type in here, so let me add email, because I forgot we were using emails on the front end, in which case I'm going to have to tell it in here. Let's just say this is not a text area, because we might have lots of other types. So not text area, and then we probably should say type is whatever the type is. So what have we got? Name, ID, type. That looks okay. We'll put the IDs at the front. Not sure why I put them behind. Oh, I'll tell you what it could be. What I think I may or not have done is there's probably a missing import because we're using the form module here to access things, and I haven't told it that. So we had the forms module, which comes straight out of Angular Forms. I'll duplicate that line from Angular Forms. Okay. Okay. Moment of truth. Did that fix it? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm just going to restart everything because occasionally, I'll tell you what, I haven't got all the files saved. Okay. Let me save all. I'll save all. Let me close everything as well. Close all, just to be sure, because we're using VS Code Live, it can be a little bit confusing sometimes. Okay, that's better. No errors coming through now. Good. So I've got alias email location, alias email location. Oh no, there is an error. It's still saying no value accessor for form control. I assume that was because I was missing the module and it wasn't picking it up. We've got the common module, that's what we need. Like that. There shouldn't be anything else. Apart from the directives. Yeah, I created some directives to use, but what I didn't do was create a module we can actually access them with. Whoops. So we'll call this core module. And see what we need. So run this in. Okay, brand core is better. And over here, we're going to need to import that. How's everyone doing? If anyone is watching, is there anything you're looking forward to for this evening with our somewhat impromptu let's do a tech quiz? It's going to be interesting. We still haven't put any questions together for this quiz. I'm a little bit concerned. We're due to start in 2 hours, and Eddie reckons we can find 60 questions in 1 hour. That's a question every minute we have to find and have written down, ready to ask people. Not to mention there's going to be the stream set up and everything else. I think he's hoping we're going to end up starting late. He loves leaving it all to last minute. It's lastminute.com for Eddie, that's for sure. But we'll see. I'm sure we can recover it, right? Maybe. Core module. That's the right place, right? We're in the input module. We're going up one to core. And then we're growing the core module, and that's what we're importing. And that is including the directive that we need, which is what we're using in here that I believe it's having problems with. Okay, fingers crossed that's got it. Save all the files would help. Ooh, interesting. Something went wrong with the build. Let's restart it. Let's have a look at what he did because I haven't had a chance to see yet. What's he written? Let's have a look. He's got a source folder. He's created some modules. Okay, he's gone straight into the index file. I suppose that's fine. We're not having too many. We're going to have a quiz ID, a name, email, and location. Okay, add that, right, get the entrant ID, store doc, update. There is a different way you can pull the IDs out, if I remember right. Okay, well, never mind. Let's not worry about it for now. I'm pretty sure there's a. Wow, let's not worry. It's not our problem. That's Eddie's problem. Okay, that's better. So, yeah, it was because I was using the input directive, but I hadn't given myself access to it from my component. That was causing an error. Again, can't show you because Eddie didn't leave the browser open. And even if he did, you wouldn't better follow me around as we did stuff anyway on there because I've got my own local instance of the same project running in the browser. So what else have we got? It's showing some undefined. That's because placeholder hasn't got a default value to it. So let me put that in. Likewise, I should probably say label could be blank. Yeah, name, we want to have something there. That's fine. Okay. So I've got a form. It's not the prettiest yet. We can still add a bit more, but it is now using the correct directive. What can we add to it? Let's put a bit of color, perhaps. It's a bit boring looking right now. I hear noise. Eddie's floating around his desk. I'm sure everyone else can hear because he didn't mute himself. All right, he's not talking to us. Okay, let's put a bit more margin on. Make sure we've got no margin. Let me go full width. That's fine. What about some color? We haven't got brand in here. We could do some brand colors. We have a Code Mortals brand though, so let me grab the Code Mortals colors. Color palette. Again, you can't see this because I'm not sharing it. We do have a little color palette that we use for Code Mortals normally, and it has a nice-ish looking black. So we use that for the color for the font. We should probably set that color globally on the site actually as well. Let's do that. So in the main star CSS file, which we haven't yet touched, we can set up HTML on body with the same color. So 322E2D. We'll set a default font size for the site. 16 is generally a lot of people use, so 16 pixels. And then from that, we can use rems and ems off it. How's that coming together? Let's see where we at. Yeah, not too bad. We could do with a better looking font. I don't like that font. What font should we have? You see, on Code Mortals, we normally use, I'm going to check how we're importing it. We normally use Montserrat as the font. And that goes into the index file here. We can import that and we'll have Montserrat and Oxygen, yeah. So we use Oxygen often for content, I believe, and then Montserrat for titles. So let's do that. The default font for the site. Font family will be Oxygen, and then I'll just say Oxygen. Sans serif. And then for titles, so H1, H2, H3, we want to be using Montserrat. There's Montserrat. I'm also going to just remove the margin off everything. And then for an H1, I have the font size 2 rems. Twice the size of whatever its container is. I don't think we're going to go beyond an H3, certainly not for the moment. So I'll just go to H3. We'll have 1.6 and 1.4. Often as well for the weights, I tend to make these, do I have light 300? Font weight would help for something probably, font weight. And then for the smaller one, that's where it goes a little bit thicker. So we go to sort of a normal thickness for that. Cool, then let's see how that's looking. Yeah, that's a bit better. Not quite as ugly looking. We still need to fix the actual inputs a bit because they are tiny for their font sizes. What's a good font size here? Let's see. We don't want it too big. We got brand. All of that. All we could do is probably some hovers for disabled states. Are we going to have disabled fields? Probably not. Again, we're pretty basic right now. But if it was disabled, we don't want the and disabled yet. Cursor. which is the default cursor, not a pointer to make people think you can do stuff. Focus active. No, we'll leave that. That's fine. Oh, maybe. Active. And got the color. We probably need a border. Now, last brand input. That looks good. Brand input looks okay. I'm just a little concerned. It doesn't look like my text area, my text boxes are actually taking the values. We'll see in a second. Okay, that's all right. We need to set the font size though. Font size. One row. I think that's fairly readable. That will probably do us some inputs. We'll start at the rest of the page soon. We need to get this sending through though to that endpoint that Eddie's created. So somewhere in here, he's probably not put it in the welcome component yet. I'm guessing we need to create ourselves. So normally what we have is a folder that we call core. And inside there, we put our services. I'll put another folder called services. And inside services, we would have whatever service we need to call. So this will be, what did he call it? Did he call it a register? Close this file. Register, yeah. Okay. New file. Register service TS. This is going to be injectable. Provided in root. Register service. 12. Don't tell Eddie, but I can't wait until WebStorm get their live share working because I don't know. VS Code isn't great. Whilst it's the only thing out there and it's better than nothing, it's not great. I'm sure he'll look back and see what I was saying whilst he was missing. Okay, where do we pull Angular back from? Angular Common, right? That's where injectable lives. We're going to need a class in here, sorry, a constructor to get our injected service, which would be an HTTP service, so private HTTP to client. And then we'll have what do we want? Create registration, so create. And that's going to return an observable. We haven't got anything yet that we know what it's going to be, so I'll just say it's going to be an any. Was it a Boolean? Did it send us back anything interesting? Comes back, it sends us back. Oh, it sends us back the entrant. Okay. It's not so bad. We could use that. Okay. For the moment, I'll stick with any. We can just return any. That's fine. This HTTP. Oh, right. Okay, we're using Firestore here, Firebase. So I'm not going to be using what I was about to do. Instead, we have to use the SDK for this. Now, Eddie's got this deployed, so we don't need to worry about. We don't need to worry about anything up there. So this is the code I think he was putting into the quiz. Where did I see? I swear I saw him put it somewhere. Did you remove it while I was gone? I can't see it anymore. He must have removed it. Unless it's in the app component. Yeah, okay, it's in the app component. Okay. So I'll take the code he's got in there, those 2 lines, and we'll drop that into our service instead. In which case we're not using HTTP client, so we'll take that out. Fire function, so we're going to need that. So let me take that from there as well. Drop that into here. Finally, he had something in the constructor as well, I'm sure. There it is. I'll take that out. And then a constructor's not needed, no type. We don't need any of that. It can stay nice and empty. So much so we don't even actually need the SCSS file. I'll take that out as well. Probably not going to put anything in there anyway. Okay. What was I doing? Register service. Yeah, we need to drop that in. Now, I don't like abbreviating things like this, so I'm going to just call this fire functions. A bit longer for sure, but at least I know that's to do with the fire functions. It'll confuse me a bit less than I got a moment ago with any. Quiz ID. Surely we don't need to pass that in. Surely that's set for us on his side. So we're not going to send that in, right? So we're going to create an entrant, type entrant as well, I guess. So again, in this core folder here, we normally have another one called models. And inside there, we will put the entrant class. So we can declare what this entrant looks like. So export entrant is an interface to. Now he's already declared one of these up here, so I'll borrow most. Oh, okay, I see quiz ID. He's already trying to add support for more than one quiz. It's not going to really have ID. I guess we might get that back, so that's fine. And quiz ID, that's okay. Now, normally, again, in the models here, as he was doing up on the previous side, we have an index.ts file. And in that index.ts file, we're just going to export out everything that's in this folder. Just give us easier access to it. Index.ts and export star from register service. Okay. So that looks good. The app component hopefully is I haven't broken anything there. All still looks okay. In the app module, I assume Eddie added in fire functions on there. I guess. Okay. And we probably want to return it as well so that we can find it. Service, so I should be calling through. Get the welcome. Get the entrant. Got the registration service. So this registration service. YouTube might be waking back up. We'll see. We'll see. Registration service, and then create with the entrant. And then do we need to subscribe? Is it an observable that comes back? I know I put an observable in. I think it is. So I think we need to subscribe to it. And that's the point when we're going to probably want to redirect someone as well. So we're going to say subscribe, after the subscription. We need to put the router in. So this router navigate. And we will be going to the quiz page. Possible as well, we want to store something in local storage that we're going to be using to send all the messages through. So I'll have to add that in a second too. But let's add the router first. Router comes from Angular core as well. Oh no, hang on, no, it comes from Angular router. That was close. Here we go, Angular router. Cool. Fingers crossed. What errors have we got? Doesn't like where we're looking for certain things. So I said injectable core. Fire functions, that all looks good. Did I save everything? That's often my error with VS Code. I don't save everything. Nope, that's still not good enough. HTTP callable. We haven't said what it's going to return, but do we need to? Maybe not. It's going to be just an any, right? I think it's any. You tell it what you're going to send it and what it's going to send you back. We're passing the entrance straight through now. That should be okay. Cannot find name entrant. Oh, we didn't import the entrant into here. That's another one. So this is going to be in models. Is it building? Doesn't look like it. What were the other errors? There were a couple of things that came up. So we have one saying can't find module registered service in services index. Oh, because we renamed it with registration. Can't find name entrant. I'm still complaining about that entrant. We just put that in. Import entrant from up on models. That's exporting entrant. Export interface entrant. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's setting on my side, but I'm not getting all my line endings being added automatically for me. So lots of line ending errors that we'll probably get a warning of when Eddie tries to commit this stuff later. It feels like the registration service changes aren't being picked up. Could not resolve app component CSS. Well, we deleted that, so I'm not surprised. Why are you still looking for it? Let's restart the Angular might have got confused. Or live shared it. Somewhere something's got confused. Probably me. So ticking along, and error in host result could not resolve app component CSS. We've removed it. Why are you looking for it? Let me close all my files. Hello, Eddie. How are you doing? Oh, the stream's really going crazy. What was I doing? I was checking these files. Let me close all. For some reason, app component. Oh, it's definitely gone. Why is it complaining that? Why is it complaining it can't find the CSS file? I might have to get Eddie to check on his side. If it could be a live share issue again.
Okay, I've just come back, so it sounds like it's good timing.
Yes, I heard you clattering around.
Did you? No, I was muted. You couldn't have done. I was thinking, really?
No, you didn't mute yourself. I heard Sarah saying things and you saying things.
Oh no!
You were a long way in the distance, so don't worry.
No, it was muted. Not
Okay.
falling for that.
It depends which bit were you thinking is muted. Slack or YouTube? Because YouTube, I have no idea. I've not been listening on there. But on Slack, I could hear you.
No, I muted it on my microphone, so it would have. That's a really good point. I didn't mute it on Slack, but I ended up muting it on my microphone in the end, so you couldn't have heard anything.
No, I did. I heard plates and things being moved around. You shuffling about. Yeah. No, don't worry. Your secret's safe with me.
Let me test it.
Isn't there really? I hear you fine.
Oh my god, it is coming through. So that means Slack is not using my Blue Yeti. It is interesting. It is using my headphones. Okay, that's good to know.
How often have you been doing that recently?
Not at all, because I haven't really used my headphones. Or maybe once or twice. Oh, shit.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
It's all fun.
Could have been dangerous. Oh, did I say, oh, Andrew, that terrible guy, he breaks everything.
Well, I heard you there, so I said a few things just in case you might pick up and say hello, but I'm guessing if it was on your earpods or your headphones,
I wouldn't have
it
heard
was not
it.
loud. You wouldn't have heard me
Yeah.
saying anything to you, even though I could hear you. So, yeah.
Oh, that's some scary stuff, that is. Accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, can you open this file that I'm in at the moment? Oh, hang on, on your side it's not saying saved. Ah, interesting. My side it thinks it's saved. Can you save it?
I can save it. That's weird, though. If I save it, there you go, I've saved.
Ah, now it's rebuilding again. Come on, fix yourself. That's better. Right, good.
You know, changing the subject slightly for a second, you know Anton mentioned the 8Ds music. I've had so many messages today where people sending me links and examples. I haven't tried it yet, but yeah, so many examples of this. It's obviously quite exciting.
Cool.
Right, okay. How's it looking? So what did I miss? I was gone for quite a while, so apologies. What did I miss? Also, my mug is like a ghost because you can see through my mug. Oh my god, what a magic trick! That's epic. Ooh.
Yeah, I've got inputs that are looking a bit better style. Obviously, no one's been, well, not that anyone I think has been watching particularly, there may have been, but I've got some style stuff, so you can show the web page if you want, and you can see what it looks like. I just need to add, although you might not at the moment, I need to just add one more import quickly.
Okay.
It's broken.
I don't think we've got anyone on at the
observable.
moment. It was just when I came in, there was a couple of people, and then now they've dropped off.
Oh, is that because you returned?
Probably.
They're hiding from you.
Stream's
They're
been
probably
going.
enjoying watching me suffer.
Stream's been going for 4.5 hours. I think that's our longest stream ever.
Perfect. Yeah, but if you look now, you can have a look and see.
Can I show you
But
this
I need to
first?
I was going to say, I think I need to probably nip away and sort some things out.
Look at my mug. Everyone can see
Oh,
Ghost
nice.
Mug. How cool is that? Same colour as my green screen. That's why.
Very clever.
Okay, so you want me to look at it? Yeah. Let's have a look. What do we see? It's over here. It's first tab. Nice. Not sure about the button. Nice. Got a form. So if I do...
And if you submit it, well, apart from I haven't got a quiz ID yet, though, I need to put the quiz, do something with this quiz ID field.
Oh, do you want to go put it in
Maybe.
first?
I could hard code something, I guess. I don't know what you want in there at the moment.
Yeah, hard
The
code
value
it.
you need to be.
It's where is it? Let me get it for you from here. Or I can hard code it in the files, but it's probably better for you to hard code it. It is.
Okay, well, does it matter what kind of, how long it is?
Yeah, have I got an actual ID for you? Don't know why I've got an actual ID. Not that one. Quizzes. This one. Where do you want it here? There we go. Oh, I just pressed copy on the A's instead of V.
I think that'll work, yeah.
Yeah, I pressed copy instead of paste. Have to copy it again. Right, let's not make that mistake again. There you go.
Hopefully this goes through, we'll have to stop for a bit.
Okay, well, I'll carry on while you stop, and then I'll take a break just before 9. Got all these entries!
Yeah, we still need to make some questions, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean. As in, we can't do the questions on the stream because they'll give it away. Yeah, okay, I didn't think that through. So we should stop probably, yeah, by 8 o'clock.
I'm not sure we're going to better use this tonight, but we can perhaps show a little bit of it at some point on the stream. Maybe, I don't know.
Is it not ready to use? I think it's almost done, right? There you go. So there's lots
To
of.
be fair, we did well.
I
We've
think
done
we
well
did.
to get where we have.
I think so. And I think if we'd started at 11 in the morning, we would have had this done.
Yeah, probably. We probably need a couple more hours. Yeah.
So yeah, so that's gone in. So let me I suppose let me fill it in and just make sure it works. Oops. I'm gonna go to the next tab along. Loads of entries. Oh, I don't know what the ID is. How will I find it? Is it at the end? These are all my ones. Can we order by?
Can you empty them out maybe and just?
Yes, that's probably easier. Delete collection. And then on quizzes, you probably won't delete this field. Okay, let's do it again. Oh, 500? What's that?
There are 500 error coming through. Is it going to the wrong URL here? Is that the right place? I didn't change anything in the code as such from what you had in there. So. Go to functions and have a look at the log, maybe.
Here we go. Data is not a valid file, so document cannot use undefined name. What data have you got coming in?
You call it name. I called it alias because it was one of those. Who knows what it is? I just called it alias rather than name.
I don't know. We agreed name. You're like, can you change it? Or I can change it. Must be a deploy.
Well, I prefer we use alias going forward. So that's just my personal opinion. Because name might be something else in the future, whereas alias is what you might show people.
I don't know. You kids and your fancy aliases. I can change it.
Well, I did say when you were looking at data structures that it's the wrong way to do things. You do it from the top down.
You said, let's do it backwards. Those are your exact words. Okay. Done.
It's an easy change.
That's taken me too long. Let's deploy. So I can't believe the longest stream, 4.5 hours. So we're doing this from about 9 till like 9:30 tonight. And yeah, can't wait to get the questions up. We won't know who's won, but we'll do a quiz. I'll have to do a shout out on socials as well.
Yeah, yes. Hopefully we can, perhaps if we do another one next week, we can use this. We can get it sorted.
Sounds good. Come on, deploy functions. Oh, I closed one too many things. Oops. That's fine. Deployed. Alias. So you've called it name, but you're naming it alias.
Yeah, just only in the database though. On the front end, name makes sense to most people that are going to fill it out. But later we might change.
I don't know. Now you've got it confusing. Hey, test quiz work. Tech quiz worked. So in theory,
yeah. So once it goes through it, you should have an entry.
It would have gone through already. It doesn't refresh for new collections. Perfect. And then in quizzes we have my ID 8H. 8H. Perfect. Oh, we're so close. So close. Okay.
A few more hours, but yeah, we can work on that.
Should we commit it?
It works, right? There's nothing broken. I think everything's okay. I think I've put into the ignore file the TS environment, even though we probably need to change that now.
Let me just do a check.
It's
Function.
It's not the end of the world, as you say. It gets deployed to the front end, so people can find those values. But yeah.
I think having it at 1 second on the screen doesn't matter too much. If people pause it, grab it, like you said, like I said, it's in the UI available, and you know that you agree with that as well. God, hearing myself with these headphones on is so weird. I need to change these headphones.
The main reason to not put it into a committed file is that you might have multiple environments that you deploy to. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to commit it. So this is registering. Oh, I should use the right thing. Feature, register. Oh, have we got a number? What have we got? Welcome page, Firebase function when people register. Closing off a few of these.
So we're making good progress.
And we haven't logged everything though.
Give it a few more hours.
5 and 10. Oops. Okay, done. Master. Awesome. Let's so should we end the stream and then go work on the questions, or do you want to take a break? I can carry on with. I can start with the questions.
Well, we can end the stream, and we'll work on these questions over Slack, and we need to get the stream back up and running in 1 hour from now. So.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll create the stream for 1 hour's time, and we can start sharing the link as well. We'll see you all.
Yeah, well, we want to start. We can start the stream before the scheduled time, right?
I don't know if you schedule it. I don't know if you can.
Early.
I don't know if you can. I'm not sure. We'll find out.
Do you want to schedule it? Oh.
No, let's schedule because everyone will set reminders.
Schedule it for the right time.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see everyone in 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Yep.
Let me end that stream.